Okay, all right, the light is on, so we're ready to roll here, and good evening, everyone, this evening. Would you like to join us in the Pledge Allegiance to the flag? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Mary, could we get roll call, please?
Olson.
Here.
Sykes.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Kellum.
Here.
Kopsinski.
Here.
Coburn.
Here.
Okay, first business that we have this evening, this is a proclamation, and we have had this one for several years now, and this one is for the Albany Charitable Toy Run Day. It's December 2nd, 2018. Whereas the Association of Motorcyclists of Oregon has been sponsoring the Albany Charitable Toy Run since 1983 to gather together members of motorcycle groups, car clubs, and interested individuals to provide toys for needy families. And whereas there are families with children in the Albany area that will not enjoy a full Christmas due to financial hardship. And whereas the group of people continue the tradition of having the annual toy run because of all the good work and fellowship. And whereas businesses and groups around the area help to sponsor the toy run, such as American Legion Post 10, Walmart, Road Maggots, Christian Motorcycle Riders, The Cutting Room, Pride Printing Company, and Above and Beyond. And whereas on December 2nd, 2018, the Toy Run and Parade will again assemble in the Walmart parking lot and ride to the American Legion Post 10 for gift distribution and brunch. And whereas the toy distribution and lunch for needy children will happen on December 15th, 2018 at the American Legion Post 10. Now therefore, I, Sharon Canopa, Mayor of the City of Albany, do hereby proclaim December 2nd, 2018 as the Albany Charitable Toy Run Day, and urge all citizens of Albany to recognize that day as a time of sharing and giving by motorcyclists and others, and to be aware of their motorcycles on our streets and highways while they ride to provide a happier holiday season to families and children. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Albany to be affixed the 10th day of October 2018. And with that, Bill, did you have any words you wanted to say again this year? So we thank you so much for coordinating the toy run.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Bill Root, R-O-T. I live at 2634 Northwest Valley View in North Albany. And for the last few years, I've been the chairman of the Albany Toy Run. This is our 35th anniversary. Can you believe that? Well, this is the longest running continuous toy run in the state of Oregon. And it's the second largest group-wise, just by Portland is the only one larger. Like Sharon said, we think a lot of people, a lot of the groups in the Lynn County that help us out. We're very grateful for Walmart. Not only they provide us a place to assemble in their parking lot, but they give us the donuts that we put out for the riders. They provide a lot of the candy that we'll be distributing to the kids. This year we're doing something a little different. In the past we've always done it at the Eagles. This year we're going to be doing it at the American Legion. I'm excited about what's going to happen. In the American Legion has in the past donated toys, and the guy that's the chairman of the American Legion says as much as 1,000 children will get toys, and we'll be the group that gives them the largest number of toys for those kids. So I'm looking forward to that. Mayor, I assume that you'll be there?
I'll be there, yeah.
She wrote one year.
I did. It was darn cold. But
It was cold.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're looking forward to it, and December 2nd, anybody wants to show up. Quick little story. A couple years ago, a lady came over and she says, do we have a vehicle to take toys? I said, yeah, we got a truck. Okay, good. So she went to Walmart and came back with a shopping cart full of toys.
Wonderful.
Guess what? She was there last year, too. Same thing.
What time is the meetup, the hookup you started?
The parade will start at 11 a.m. and lunch will be provided at the American Legion.
So basically stage about 9 a.m. out there?
We're actually, the people that are putting it together out there will be showing up at right around 9. First motorcycles be showing up around 10. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Bill. Thanks a lot. Okay, council, next you have is, under communication, is accepting Liz Irish's resignation from the library board. This is on page 4.
Move to accept and send a note of thanks.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. And then next is a continued public hearing. So this hearing we had 2 weeks ago, and then we continued it because you wanted some more information. This was on the Albany Transit System fare increase. So was there any questions of staff?
I have.
Yeah.
I have the information.
Uh-huh.
I was the one who had concerns that we might be giving up a fare increase and not really have a risk of losing any of the funds, the SIP funds. I spoke with the commissioners and transportation from the county. Commissioners didn't seem to think that there would be a problem, but the gentleman with transportation thought that, because this is a multi-pronged, a number of people get involved in the line. When you're asking for money, it's not just, the commissioners have the final say, but a whole bunch of others have say in between. He thought it was possible that we might get. So my recommendation would be not to have the fare increase at this time, because there is, the commissioners would be fine with it. There might be others within the line that might have a problem with it. And we need to find out how it's going to work before we jump in with both feet. So that's my recommendation.
Okay. Is, John, did you want to comment on it, or was Chris Bailey here, or anyone that wanted to comment?
Chris is correct.
Okay.
In talking about the dollar difference, he covered that in his staff memo, but, fare increase would be about $14,000 if the riders stayed the same. And the first year of the House bill funding would be to ATS about $300,000. So,
Okay.
those dollars right now, it's so brand new, they're not sure, but that's what they're asking.
Okay, all right. So the resolution you have on page 5 would be the
Just don't
resolution
take
the
any
council
action
to
on it.
pass, or no action? You'll bring back another resolution?
No, if you want to leave the fare the same, just no action.
Just not do
No
it.
action if you want to leave the fare the same. Okay. So first of all, the public hearing was continued on this, so is there anyone here that wanted to comment on the continued public hearing, and this was over our Albany Transit System fees? Okay, not seeing anyone. Was there anyone else? Okay. I will close the public hearing on this item at 7:25 PM. So council, what would you like to do? You have a resolution, or if you wanted another resolution? What would you like?
I would agree that we just put it off,
Table
not
it?
do it at all, just table it.
Okay,
I'm fine with
is
that.
everyone okay with that? All right, okay. So staff will bring back another resolution. So,
At
Okay.
some point in the future,
all right, thank you.
when we know more.
Okay, next we have a quasi-judicial public hearing, and so bear with me, folks, I have to read a script here. So next on tonight's agenda is a quasi-judicial public hearing regarding a proposal to demolish 3 historic contributing buildings located at 331 Calapooia Street Southeast and 525 and 533 4th Avenue Southwest, planning file HI 1218. The property owners and applicants are Mark and Tina Signer. I call to order this quasi-judicial public hearing at 7:26 PM. And if you wish to testify, please sign in at the table next to the city clerk. If you didn't get a chance to sign up, I will be asking if there's anybody else that would like to testify. You'll just raise your hand at that point. Do any members wish to declare a conflict of interest? Okay. Do any members wish to report any ex parte contact?
I do. I received several emails, and I deleted them all, and I don't fault the people that sent them, because they don't realize you can't, or you're not supposed to send emails directly to the people that are reviewing the issue. But I also took issue with emails coming from the mayor and also from the city clerk. I just am not comfortable with that system of distributing information. When it's here on the dais, which it is, then I have a little higher level of comfort that everybody got the same information. If somebody's email was down for the day, they didn't get the information.
Check it.
They don't even know what they don't have. So, and then I did drive by the site, just to look at it, look at the buildings, look at the surrounding neighborhood.
So let me clarify, it's always has been the process that when you receive emails, that you forward it off for public record then, because it's in our system, and that, and we're supposed to be, we've received that information, and then that is for everybody to be receiving, and that's for the public record. And that's why, remember how we used to always been told to copy, Mary, but a lot of times it's in our city server now on it, but that is a part of.
I understand. Yeah, I understand that's the process. My comment was, I'm not comfortable with the process, because there's no way to verify that everybody got the same information. So here we are as a body making a decision tonight with the potential that everybody didn't get the same information. Now, it's on the dais, so I know we all got the same information.
Yeah.
I don't have that same level of comfort with email.
Yeah, and I think Mary did you get them, you printed them out, Mary, or, yeah, she had printed them out, so. But yeah, but I do agree, sometimes when they do come in late, it is hard if not everybody's opened up their email, but that's always been the correct communication. We've been told that we need to make sure everybody has that same information, yeah. Okay, Bessie?
I was gonna say, because I got the same emails, so just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Ray, and then Rich? Go ahead, Ray.
No, same, I got the same
Okay.
emails.
That's what
Three
we're
or
saying,
four
we got all
of
the same emails.
Okay.
Well, we obviously all got the same email, but in addition, we have heard this in the past via another organization, pieces of it via Kara/ERA. So, I mean, and we would have all gotten that same information. Once in a while, you see things before you know it's going to come up in a hearing. You see things in the paper or online or something like that, and, that's just, you get it. You don't have a choice. You can't close your eyes after you read it. So, anyway, that's what I had.
Anyone, Dick?
Yeah, I've had comments, pro and con, from neighbors and constituents, and I'll have to admit I have not shared them with the council.
Okay, and yes, I have also had emails, and then I make sure that they're part of the public record, and I have had, I've seen, probably everybody else has too, I've seen it's been in the news media or on Hostels blog, and the comments that have been written to back and forth on that. So, okay, all right, and does any member wish to report a site visit?
I reported one earlier.
Yeah.
I did.
Dick?
Yeah, a couple of days after Signers had bought the houses, he invited me to come over and look at them, and he tried to convince me that they were beyond help. Only showed me the two houses in the middle. Wouldn't show me the house on the corner. I was not convinced that they were beyond repair. I went out on the double porch of the one that has a double porch and jumped around on it. Felt sturdy enough to me.
Okay. It's been a while, but I have driven by before, so, what else? Okay. Does any member wish to abstain from participating in the proceedings? Okay. And does anyone wish to challenge the participation of any council member in this hearing and decision? Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I feel some of Councilor Callum's comments. And
Can you come up to the podium there, and then you'll have to state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Bernadette Niederer, N-I-E-D-E-R-E-R. I live at 1116 11th Avenue Southwest here in Albany. And I feel that some of Councilor Kellum's comments, especially on Hassel Herring's blog, indicate that he is very much prejudiced against this case already. He has stated his intention very clearly to vote no. I do not get the impression that he will be receptive to any comments offered to him tonight or any other night. And I feel that he has talked to other councilors, and they have together come to the same conclusion that these buildings should be demolished. And again, not having open minds to hear the commentary. Other councilors have commented on the blog as well, but none have specifically stated their intention to vote one way or another. So that is my concern. I know he also commented that sunshine laws prevent him from talking to more than 2 additional councilors. So I gather if there was 4 councilors present, it would constitute a quorum. And that would be a problem from a legal standpoint. But as long as he doesn't meet that 4 standard, that he is technically legal. But I do feel it is unethical.
Okay. So, Sean, have any comment on this? We haven't had anybody contest.
Well, in a situation like this, and it sounds like you're saying that you think that Councilor Kellum would be biased, and it's up to Councilor Kellum to decide whether or not he can be fair and impartial. So he's not required to recuse himself. He can do if he feels like he can still make a fair and impartial decision, he can do that. So.
Okay.
Well, I'd be happy to recuse myself as long as the mayor and Councilor Olson also do that, because there have been the same kinds of comments. This was prior to.
I don't comment on blogs.
Excuse me, I was rolling my eyes. This was done prior to knowledge that this was going to come up in a meeting. And we have gotten, I think, adequate information since to let people see everything that's there. There's the evidence before us.
Actually, sir, your comment.
Excuse me.
Okay. Pardon me.
You don't speak to me. Speak to her.
Okay.
So, let Bernadette.
Councilor Kellum commented the day after the landmarks hearing, or actually it was 2 days after the landmarks hearing, and he specifically said this will come up at the next regular city council meeting. I will bring this up during business from the council, so he knew it was going to come up.
But that's not it.
And it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Reg?
And it did. Coming up before, and it was decided that the council would take this on. That's, yeah.
So I guess the question would be, is what our city attorney said then, do you feel like you'd be biased towards making a decision?
I don't think that I can, I don't have to worry about being biased about it. The information is there, and you look and see what the evidence is. And that's what I'm looking at. So if that's bias, then everyone has bias, including, everyone on the dais. You come to conclusions based on information that you get.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Bernadette. Okay, so next would be, for those wishing to testify, please be aware that you must raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and parties an opportunity to respond to the issue if you later want to raise that issue on appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Testimony and evidence must be directed towards approval standards staff will describe or other criteria in the comprehensive plan or development code which you believe to apply to the decision. If additional documents or evidence are provided by any party, the City Council may allow a continuance or leave the record open to allow the parties a reasonable opportunity to respond. So at this time, I will call for the staff report, and I think, Peter, you get some comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to make a few comments before Bob starts in, and note that this is an issue which has passionate people on both sides. To address some of the comments that have been made, the council's decision to revisit the Landmarks Advisory Commission's stay of the demolition was not unanimous. And similarly, the Landmarks Advisory Commission was not unanimous in its decision. And it's important to remember that additional information was put into the record during the Landmarks meeting and afterwards. City staff can only make recommendations based on what's in the record. So as the record changes, so do the recommendations. For this hearing, staff have provided options for the council to consider, and the council is not limited to those options. The democratic process has to allow room for compromise, and on occasion, an advisory board's recommendation may be modified or even reversed. It's staff's responsibility to uphold this process, and they do so to the best of their ability. And I will turn it over to Bob for staff report.
Thank you, Peter. This evening, and I'll kind of get into this, we're looking at a proposal to demolish 3 structures in the Monteith Historic District, and those structures are classified as historic contributing buildings. They're located at 331 Calapooya, 533 and 525 4th Avenue. This is their location within the Monteith National Register Historic District, which is, generally speaking, they're located at the corner of 4th and Calapooya. This is a Type 3 quasi-judicial decision, and as has been mentioned by the council this evening, it's here because the City Council ordered a de novo review of this land use application. The land use application was first heard by the Landmarks Advisory Commission in September, and the Landmarks Commission, their decision was to invoke a temporary stay of up to 365 days to the demolition. During the appeal period, the council ordered a de novo review of that land use application, and so it is before the council this evening. A de novo hearing, meaning it's new, and meaning that additional information has been entered into the record, including additional testimony that you have before you this evening. There is also additional testimony in the staff report. So de novo meaning that there's an opportunity for the public to provide additional testimony, that there's an opportunity to enter new information into the record, and those things have occurred. Notably, sorry, skip it around a little bit. Notably, after the Landmarks made their decision, staff became aware of additional factors that needed to be considered that were part of Oregon administrative rules. And in summary, what the Oregon administrative rules said, and it applies specifically to this kind of an application, which is a proposal to demolish National Register buildings or contributing buildings within a National Historic District. Those rules say that the decision-making body must either approve with conditions, or deny. And I'll pause there for a second because the Albany Development Code doesn't give all of those 3 options to the decision-making body. The Development Code says that the options for a demolition proposal are to either approve or stay the demolition. So the Landmarks Advisory Commission had those 2 options, and so there's a difference between what the City Council is seeing with the City Council options and what the Landmarks Commission had. So the Council has the option to deny the proposal per the Oregon administrative rules. Additionally, the Oregon administrative rules identify 8 factors that need to be considered, and I'll get into what those factors are in just a minute. To jump ahead, the staff recommendation to the council is similar to what was recommended to the Landmarks Advisory Commission, which is to stay, to approve, but with a stay of a period of time, to allow options for the buildings to be relocated if anybody wanted to do that. And there was a condition of approval that was that the Landmarks Advisory Commission applied at staff's recommendation that required additional photo documentation. But after review of that condition and review of the materials in the application, the staff determined that it wasn't necessary to obtain additional photo documentation from the applicant. But should the council stay the demolition, there would be a period of time where any other interested party that might want to would have the opportunity to take additional photographs or perhaps coordinate with the property owner to go inside the building and salvage materials or something like that if the property owner consented. Sometimes that happens if there's a historic building. There might be interested parties that might want to get some materials from it. You can imagine, say, for example, a school where people want to get the lockers out for some memorabilia or something like that. So the Oregon administrative rule factors that the council must consider and were considered in the memorandum to you this evening are the condition of the buildings, their historic integrity, their age, historic significance, their value to the community, economic consequences of either retaining them or demolishing them, the design or construction rarity of the buildings, and the consistency of the proposal with a comprehensive plan. When these buildings were surveyed, when the Historic Resource Survey was conducted for them in 1996, some of these factors were addressed, and we have that information that we can turn to. Each of the buildings was identified as being in fair condition, so that's like their physical condition was identified as being fair. Their historic integrity, which basically means how close are they to their original form? Do they have their original features? Have they been added onto or things taken off in such a way that what was there originally is no longer present? And their historic integrity was rated as fair. They're quite old buildings for the district and for Albany. Possibly the one on Calapooya Street is the second oldest in the district, being constructed around 1858, and the others were constructed in 1890. Their historic significance has been classified as contributing, meaning that these buildings, for whatever reasons, but probably because of their age and their location, in the same location that they were constructed, contribute to what makes the Monteith neighborhood in a special enough place to be listed as a National Register Historic District. So they contribute to those reasons why that district exists, and they still maintain that rating as a contributing building. Their architectural style has been identified as Western farmhouse and vernacular for those on 4th Street. And the design or construction rarity, which is one of the other factors that need to be considered. This is staff's analysis here. This is in the historic resource form, but we looked at them and thought, well, there's not a rare design or construction. So there's nothing rare or unusual about the construction techniques or methods that would, make them historically important for those reasons. It's not the first method, first of its kind, or the last of its kind to use a particular type of construction or something like that. So that's the assessment that staff has provided regarding that. Others might have different opinions. The other factors to consider are value to the community, economic consequences, and consistency with the comprehensive plan. And clearly these are very, very broad and subjective factors to consider. And the council will have a lot of leeway in emphasizing or de-emphasizing any one of these factors and applying your own judgments and values to them. The Albany Comprehensive Plan does have quite a bit to say about historic structures and the value that historic structures and the historic districts play or give to Albany. And the overarching direction is that the historic structures, contributing structures, and the districts are really important, and that demolition should be a last resort. It shouldn't be something that's done unless there's really no other alternatives. And that same sort of that same thought is reflected in the Development Code, which is one of the tools that implements the comprehensive plan. And that under the purpose statement for demolitions, it says essentially the same thing, that basically, we should exhaust all other opportunities for demolition and really do what we can to preserve buildings. But there are criteria to consider, and it is possible to demolish buildings. And those are the review criteria. And there are 5 review criteria in the Development Code that deal with demolitions. In this case, staff analysis finds that 2 apply, and these are the 2 that apply. That there's no prudent or feasible alternative to the demolition, and secondly, that the building or structure is deteriorated beyond repair and cannot be economically rehabilitated to provide a reasonable income. The other 3 don't apply because they deal with a proposed new use or proposed new development. So these are weighing a proposed new use or development against keeping these buildings. And since there's not any use or development proposed, these 3 and 4 don't apply. And the 5th relates to proposals to move a building. And that's not the case here. So really, the 2 review criteria in the Development Code that apply are these 2. And the way that I look at these 2 review criteria are that they sort of sit in front of the Oregon administrative rules and those factors and the consideration of the comprehensive plan policies. They kind of provide the backdrop, and then these review criteria are in the foreground, and so we can consider sorry, trying to. We can consider these factors. So we have the overall policy guidance that demolition is a last resort, and then we have structures that are listed as contributing to the National Register Historic District. They're in fair condition and they have a fair level of historic integrity. The community value and economic consequences, that's really a tough call for staff to make. That really is something that I think that council has to make. And then you look at the review criteria, and the application didn't demonstrate, at least to staff, that there aren't any other alternatives other than demolition. And it didn't demonstrate that the buildings are beyond repair. They're so deteriorated they can't be repaired. But I think then the question comes down to, if you have buildings that have, what level of investment and effort do you give to buildings that have a fair level of historic integrity and are in fair condition, potentially worse than when they were, the resource survey form was completed? That's the question, I think, is you can consider all of these factors. And if you have a building that has a high degree of integrity, is in very good condition, and is contributing, it may be worth more effort and money to preserve those buildings than it is to preserve a building that has a lower degree of historic integrity and not as good of condition. So that's how I think that the administrative rule factors play in with the review criteria. And as I mentioned earlier, the staff conclusion is that the buildings the proposal to demolish them should be approved with the condition that, that there be a stay to provide an opportunity, really a last-ditch opportunity for anybody who is interested in relocating them to do so. And it would provide additional time if there was any party out there who was interested in documenting those buildings for whatever reasons they might want to document that the museum or something like that to create that historic record. The City Council has 3 general options to approve with conditions, or deny. And so that's where I'll leave it, and I understand there's lots of opinions and lots of value that can be weighed with all of this. I'll do my best to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, Rich and Ray?
You said that condition was fair. That was fair in 1996.
Yeah.
22 years later, is there has anybody done any further looking into that? Is it fair? Is it medium okay? Is it poor? Is it, the sills are gone and it's about to fall down on one end? I mean,
Yeah. No, that's a good question. There hasn't been an update to the historic resource surveys. It's something that would be a good idea to do, but it hasn't really risen to a priority level. So we work with what we have, which was in 1996, and then it appears that the condition hasn't improved since then. So that's about all I can really say.
Ray?
Bob, 2 questions. One is probably, it's not nonsensical, but is there anything sacrosanct about 90 days? Why not 180 or 270 or?
12.
No.
Okay, so the reason I ask is, presuming that the current owners are even interested in trying to pursue that avenue, is 90 days even a realistic time frame from which to generate interest on a marketing basis? It seems to me that that's an awfully rapid time frame to get,
I'll give you a few thoughts on that. And so the ability to stay the demolition or delay the demolition is for 365 days from the day the application was deemed complete, which per the city records was July 9th, I believe. So the 90-day number, it would be 90 days from today, which is approximately 6 months from the day the application was deemed complete. So, not quite a full year, but it's halfway as to what we could ultimately require them to do in terms of the time. Secondly, I guess the second thought is that there's no real, unless the council were to specifically condition the applicant as to what they needed to do to market those buildings, a lot of it is on them. And so I think the condition of approval says that they have to post a sign there or something like that. It doesn't go very far in terms of prescribing the steps the applicant would need to take to try to sell the building to somebody who would want to relocate it. So in the absence of having, so that could be done, but in the absence of writing a condition of approval, it really prescribed to the owner what they needed to do. It seemed like 90 days was a reasonable amount of time as to what they might do. So you could, if the council wanted to, write a condition of approval that would say exactly what steps they needed to do to market that building and require a longer period of time and make those, to give them more opportunity to do that.
Okay. Bill?
I just want to clarify a few things, Bob. One of them was that you said that one of the options of the Landmarks Commission was for a stay of 365 days. Looking here on page 6, it appears to say that it's up to 365 days. So am I correct that it doesn't have to be 365 days? The commission just chose to pick the maximum?
That's correct.
Okay. And since that decision on September 5th, you talk about the ideas to allow time for other options. Are you aware of any efforts on the part of the owners to do something different, market it, or talk to people, or talk to agencies if they're interested, or?
I'm not aware. We'd probably be best to ask them. They may have been waiting for the outcome of the decision tonight before
Right.
they really
Well,
took anything.
And I assume I will ask them, or they'll give us that information, but I was just curious if you had heard any. Rich touched on the condition, the fare that was assessed back in 1996. Is that a fairly subjective process, or is there some criteria they follow to determine, if it's fair, good, better, best?
I believe that there is some criteria, but I think it's also, there's some discretion as the person who's completing the survey, but I think there's some guidance that they follow. But I think that there is a degree of discretion involved as well.
And if these structures have deteriorated in the last 22 years, what's below fair?
I would say it was poor. So to me, and I'm not certain about this, I don't have a scale, and maybe there's somebody here in testimony that can speak to this, or the applicant can. I don't know what the scale is, but I can tell you just what in my own mind would it's sort of poor, fair, good, and maybe excellent. And so I see fair as sort of being, below good. And that's how I'm interpreting that term.
So what I'm trying to get to is a fair assessment of the condition of the properties. And I'm troubled by the fact that it was fair 22 years ago. And as you stated, they haven't improved. But I see a value in reassessing those, if that's possible, to determine, what it is that we're dealing with. Is that something that the city would do?
There might be different ways of coming to that answer so the assessment of fair is done within the context of a historic resource survey. It wasn't done by a contractor or I don't believe it was. I think it was done by Roz Keeney. It was done from that perspective of historic preservation. It wasn't anybody who was a builder who is going to go and look at it from that angle. So I think that there would be different perspectives. And so you might have somebody who knows a lot about historic buildings and can look at that and say, yeah, generally speaking, that's in fair condition or that's in good condition, which is going to be different than if you were to send out, an inspector to look at different things. So I don't know if I'm getting your and I guess the other thing I'll say, and hopefully I'm kind of answering your question here, but it is something that the city should do at some point in time, which would be to refresh the inventory. And that would probably change, or it might change, the condition of some buildings. You might see some buildings that were fair that are now good because people have rehabbed them, or that were good and are now excellent. You might see some buildings that were non-contributing, meaning that their integrity had been eroded over the years for some reason, that have been restored, and they would go from non-contributing to contributing. So you could see these kinds of changes both directions, either from a good to a fair rating in terms of its physical condition, or it could go the other way in terms of its physical condition or historic integrity. So I don't know if I'm really answering your question there, but I think there are two ways of looking at it. One from the historic preservation perspective, and one from just a strict building and structural perspective.
Well, I think you have answered my question, because I'm under the impression that there is not a printed guide and guideline on how to evaluate the condition of a structure that you could say, yep, these houses in 1996 met all this criteria, but they don't today. and now it's over in this next criteria, which would be poor.
Yeah, and I don't have a real good knowledge of that myself, but I believe that the State Historic Preservation Office would have guidelines for a person who would be completing that kind of a survey. So if we were to, say, form a new historic district today, there would be guidelines for what a person would look for in determining what the condition of a building is. I don't know what those guidelines are, but I believe that there would be such a thing out there. But I don't have it available, and it's not part of the record.
And this probably isn't really a fair question based on what you just said, but I'll ask it anyway. If it's indicated here that one of the structures is leaning, would that still be considered fair in your opinion, or would that maybe kick it down to poor? And again, I realize that's probably not a fair question.
It's outside of my expertise,
Sure.
but what I will say is that the city has, the building division and the building official has looked at those buildings and has not declared them to be dangerous buildings. And I think that what I've heard, and there'll be people here who can probably, correct me, but on a building of the age of these buildings, having some kind of a lien is not out of the question. It's kind of to be expected to some extent because of their age. I don't think it's something that I've been told can't be corrected or can't be mitigated for. But I don't know if that in and of itself would change its condition.
Okay. You discussed the National Register resources and indicated that this is historically a contributing resource to that district. And in the Albany Development Code, there's a statement that demolition of historic landmarks is an extreme and final measure. Are these houses historic landmarks?
Yes, but let me give you some more context to that. The district is a National Register district, and so the district itself I would view as the resource. That in and of itself is a resource. And that resource is comprised of a number of components, which include the buildings. It could also include other things like sidewalks and just the general placement and pattern of buildings within a neighborhood, where driveways are located and the presence of open space or lack thereof, or trees. All of those things can come together to make to add value and create a historic district. These buildings are classified as contributing buildings within the National Register Historic District, and for that reason, the Oregon Administrative Rules apply to them as a significant historic resource.
Thank you.
All right, Missy?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that maybe it's possible that the owners don't want to sell. I mean, we're really assuming a lot here. I mean, it's kind of like talking to someone and they're standing right there, and it's kind of like, hello, I'm right here. Maybe they don't want to sell, and also looking into it, and I know at least 2 of the prior owners of these homes have a history of not taking care of anything. Very long history. And so that would make me believe that they're in a lot worse shape than people think. I can't imagine, it just would take so much to redo these. And they're saying that they really don't care to. But my question, and another question that, or something that was said in one of the letters, I think, is that, well, let's split the properties, let's split them into 3 properties. I don't think you can do that, can you?
It
mean-
could be split into 3 different properties.
Because it's on one property and there's 3 houses.
One of the challenges that we would have to work through is that in the,
Number of square feet.
they could split the properties. It would just depend on what uses they wanted to put in whatever building they want to
Yeah.
build. That would have some impact.
But there again, maybe they don't want to split the properties, and that's a big expense, another big expense that they'd have to go through, plus another process. We're already 90 days into their initial request. Now, if we say we're going to delay it for another 90 days, it seems like cities have a history of, well, let's make it as hard as we can for these people who bought the property, okay, they can't get the funding to redo them, but we're not going to let them do anything, it's their property. And I don't think that these are, you can make some, and I'll ask them when they come up, but you can build houses that fit into the neighborhood. They might not be the same bones, but they can, I've seen it happen in a lot of cities. You make them look like they belong. So I just think we're just kind of overstepping. I think we're getting into people's property rights, and it bothers me.
Okay, any other staff comments, yeah? Ray?
A question for Bob. On our packet on page 9, it talks about the new review criteria. And item number 8, it says, National Register resources are significant historic resources, and for these resources, local governments are not required to follow the processes in OAR, okay? Instead, a local government, and I quote, must protect the resources regardless of whether or not the resources are designated in the local plan. So if we authorize demolition now or even at the end of 365 days, does that put us crosswise with?
Can you give us a page number on that, Ray?
Page 9 of our packet.
Everybody find that?
No.
I don't believe we're crosswise with that because the way, it says must protect National Register resource regardless of whether the resources are designated in the local plan or land use regulations by review of demolition or relocation that includes. And so I think by going through this process that we are in right now, public hearing process of a demolition proposal, this is the way that cities are obligated to protect the significant historic resources.
Well, it seems like it's diametrically opposed, protecting versus demolition.
I think that most, how do I say this? By having a process, by having review criteria, and by considering these factors that the administrative rules lay out, is intended to ensure that there's thoughtful consideration given to demolishing buildings, and that a city just wouldn't just do it without this process. And so I think this is the way that level of protection is afforded by having the public hearing process, by being able to hear from the community, by considering the various city policies that are already in place and these broader state factors. That's the outcome may in the end be demolition, but the process at least slows it down and gives the community decision makers the opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
Bill?
does it say
So I
that
think
at
in
a
all-
minimum of, includes at a minimum a public hearing process? So that's the minimum effort. You're making the minimum effort.
It includes, at a minimum, we have to have a public hearing process and consider these factors. We do more than that because we have the additional review criteria in the development code that apply. And I think that's how we actually exceed the minimum in that case. Now, what the applicant's doing, that would be for you to evaluate.
Bill, did you have another?
Well, I did. In all fairness, Ray, you've got to read the entire paragraph, because it goes on to state, as Dick just said, you have a public hearing that results in approval with conditions, or denial, considering the following factors: condition, historic integrity, age, historic significance, value of the community, economic consequences, design or construction rarity, and consistency with and consideration of other policy objectives, et cetera, et cetera. It's one of the things that Bob put up on the board and indicated that they're on the screen, that many of those are extremely subjective. So you kind of stopped when you said you must protect it. And you got to read the whole paragraph, because that's not what it says.
I had underlined some of those things that you just mentioned also.
Okay. Council have any more questions of staff?
Yes.
Yeah, Mike?
Are the buildings habitable now?
I don't believe that they are habitable now.
So do you know what it would take to bring them to that condition? To a fair condition?
I can't speak to that. I just don't have that.
So would it be reasonable to say if they were in fair condition, they would be habitable?
I think, I'm sorry, I'm missing your question.
Well, if we're going by fair or good or bad or whatever, and they're not habitable at this point, in 1996, the condition was fair and they're habitable. People lived in them. So if people can't live in them now, wouldn't that make them poor condition?
I think that that what makes them not habitable is are things like too many people in rooms without the right egress, unsanitary living conditions, not having some of those things. I think it's more to do with that than it does to do than just the physical condition of the building. So the building itself, you could say, is in fair condition. Its structure, but the ability to live in it is not there for a number of reasons, which I think are, I'd have to kind of look through here, just flip to it here, things related to heating supply, electrical hazards, things like that, that make it not safe to live in. So the term condition is really talking just about I think the building itself and not whether you can live in it.
Well, I'm just going by in 1996, people were living in there and they got rated as a fair condition.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, people can't live in there, so it's obviously not fair condition. That's where I'm headed.
You can't say that.
They can't live in there. So the condition has to have gone downhill and deteriorated to a point where people can't live in there. That's where I'm.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think that you're probably, what you're evaluating is not what was, you're probably comparing apples to oranges in that case. I think when they're talking about, this resource form is talking about the condition, they're looking at the exterior condition, maybe the foundation, those sort of things, not considering things like, is the building heated and is there a working toilet and that sort of stuff.
Okay, Bessie, then Bill.
Yeah, Bob, I was wondering, since the actual request, has staff or anyone from the city been doing a tour other than the Jennifer from the newspaper? I mean, have they actually gone through it?
I've been
and looked at
through two of the buildings. Mr. Signer took me through, he was very, very kind and showed me everything, and we had a good, open conversation. That was before the landmarks reviewed the application, so, yeah, he was very generous with his time and showed me the building.
Okay, and so you wrote the report, or did another staff write the report?
I was heavily involved in the report that went to the Landmarks Commission, and I wrote the report that went to City Council.
Okay, thank you.
Were you able to see the Hill House, the interior of the Hill House? The one on the corner, Calapooy and 4th?
Yes, I believe I went into that building.
So according to the documents in the packet, back when these houses were assessed in 1996, it looks like the owners were Tom Graff and Marlene Henderson, is that correct?
Yes, I would just go by what the form says. I don't have it open.
And then
Yes, I
sometime
think that-
later, and maybe it's just been a couple years ago, they were purchased by George Matlin and Virginia Meehan. Do you have any idea what the purchase price was?
I don't know.
I do. $1?
Yep.
All right.
So are you talking about buying it from a bank or from
Thank you.
a grant?
Okay, any other questions?
Interest.
All right, thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will now take testimony from the applicant, and would the applicant please come to the podium, state your name, address, and make any comments you may have for the council.
Good evening to the members of the City Council. My name is Mark Signer, and this is my wife, Tina. We reside at 516 Coons Drive in Albany, and we appreciate your time, and we appreciate your listening to us. And we come to appeal and hope that you might change the Landmarks Advisory Commission decision for demolition of the properties located at 4th and Calapooy. We hope you'll grant our demolition request and reverse the stay of demolition imposed by the Landmarks Advisory Commission.
Hey, Mark, could you do me a favor and just pull that microphone
Yeah, please.
closer?
Oh, yeah.
We have submitted this proposal to you after owning the property for almost a year, exhausting the avenue of restoration and realizing that this is the only prudent avenue available. Last November, on the way home from family dinner at my in-laws' home several blocks away, we noticed that these structures were boarded up and had been condemned by the city of Albany. My wife grew up a few blocks away on 5th Street, and we have spent 30 years working in the construction in this area. During this time, these structures have never been a good reflection on Albany or the community or the historic district. As such, we decided to look into who owned the property and if they were for sale. We were welcomed at the city as they had an intimate knowledge of the property and as it had been a source of complaints and problems for quite some time. The city encouraged two avenues, one being rehabilitation with the assistance of urban renewal funding, and the other being demolition. Both of these avenues had merit and were reasonable. Following several additional trips to the city, we purchased these structures. After conversations with the city, we decided to pursue the avenue of restoration. We have heard accusations that our intent was never to restore these properties, which was simply not true. Had our intention only been demolition, we would have saved countless hours in hazmat suits hauling away garbage and refuse, as this could have been done by an excavator. The fact is also corroborated by the pre-application meeting with the city on January 3rd of 2018. The agenda for that meeting is included in your packet. And as you can see from the dated pre-application agenda, we were hoping to restore the structures and to build a 4-bay garage in the alley with a duplex above. 1 bay for each of the existing structures to alleviate parking congestion, and 1 bay for one of the duplex units above. We anticipated elevating each structure to provide residents with a mother-in-law quarters in the basement. We had been on the Christmas parlor tour and seen this completed on a home on 7th Street and thought it would be a great bonus space for an elderly parent, a relative, or a student. However, after coming out of the meeting, I told my wife that the overall impression I took away from the pre-application meeting was that the city felt those structures needed to come down. Although not specifically stated, it was inferred that these structures were no longer salvageable. The building official present at the meeting felt that the structures needed to come down as they were a safety risk to the public. Despite the meeting, we applied to CARA for urban renewal funding. We asked for 1/3 of the cost of the project in the form of a grant, 1/3 of the cost of the project in the form of a loan, and 1/3 of the cost supplied by us. The loan portion is paid back within 15 years, as any traditional loan would be. In our minds, we were asking for 1/3 of the cost of the project forgiven by CARA, and the other 2/3 would be paid for by us. The loan from CARA would replace financing that we would have had to seek from some other source. Our request was denied as the proposed associated costs far exceed a prudent investment by CARA. This closed the avenue of restoration, as if it is not prudent for CARA or the city, it certainly cannot be prudent for a private individual either. As such, our only other avenue was to apply for demolition. As required by the city, prior to demolition, you must address Albany Development Code 7.330. In that code, 5 criteria exist. In regards to these criteria, 4 are applicable to our project, and only 1 criteria needs to be met. We feel strongly that we have met all 4, and that being said, I will lay out and highlight how we have met the applicable criteria in the demolition application. Criterion 1 states that no prudent or feasible alternative exists. If you have our spreadsheet for renovation in your packet, you can refer to it. This is something we generate for all projects, giving a line item or cost for each home. If you would ask yourselves, if you put a roof on your home this year, how much was that? If you have purchased new cabinets for your home, how much did those cost? Have you purchased new appliances for your home? How much did those cost? Based on our experience, the numbers we have attached are, if anything, conservative due to the condition of each structure. So if you look at the bottom, the total is $355,000. The average existing home in Albany is currently selling for $169 a square foot. These structures are 1,500 to 1,700 square feet, resulting in a price of $253,000 to $287,000 based on the current market. This would put you in a position of being upside down in your investment. Is that prudent? We, and I believe all of us, would say no. This speaks to the issue of prudence. Also evidencing the lack of prudence is our denial from CARA. We have submitted a letter from Seth Sherry, the CARA director, stating that the proposed associated costs far exceed a prudent investment by CARA. Also, in our professional experience, a bank will not lend on dilapidated structures. A home equity line of credit may be offered to rehab the structures, but a line of credit for $350,000 times 3 is not possible. The second option is a construction loan. The parameters of these loans would be approximately 70% loan to value. Again, the current market of these properties would average $265,000, and the maximum loan at 70% would be $185,500, nearly half of what is needed for each home. Traditional lending is not feasible or attainable. At the request of the city, we have submitted a letter from Guild Mortgage stating that these structures are not financeable. This is also evidenced by the fact that no one else has stepped up to the plate in 40 years. The time for rehabilitation on these structures is past. Prudent and feasible language of criteria 1 is met. Criterion 2 states that the building or structure is deteriorated beyond repair and cannot be economically rehabilitated on the site to provide a reasonable income or residential environment compared to other structures in the area. As stated in our application, since owning the property, we've hauled away 8 40-yard dumpsters full of garbage. Included in your packet is several forms from different government agencies noting deterioration. Form H4 from Christian Dell of the Police Department notes deterioration in his letter. And then this letter speaks to why the City of Albany condemned the property, removed the tenants, and boarded the structures up, deeming each unsafe to occupy. Form H5 from the City of Albany is more documentation of deterioration. Attachment I from the Code Compliance documents complete deterioration as well. Attachment B from the State Historic Preservation Office, dated June of 1990, 28 years ago, also documents needed paint to the exteriors. 6 years later, in 96, as you can see, the State Historic Preservation Office is recommending repairs which were never completed. According to the Lynn County Assessor's records, in 97, the structure located at 331 Calapooya was identified as a Lynn County drug lab case. In 1999, SHPO removed the structures from historic designation. All of this documentation affirms what we have stated in our application to the structures being deteriorated beyond repair. There's not one facet of each of these structures that is not close to 100% deteriorated, with the exception of the siding, which is maybe 40%. We are not able to save any of the roofing, any of the windows, any of the porches. There is no heating, there's no plumbing, no electrical, etc. It all needs completely replaced. Also in this criterion, cannot be economically rehabilitated to provide a reasonable income. Having seen our spreadsheet, if we were to have in excess of $350,000 worth of debt, our mortgage would be in the neighborhood of $2,800 per month. This does not include taxes, insurance, utilities. The rental income generated by these structures in today's market would be in the neighborhood of $1,400 per month. This makes no sense economically, as you would lose in excess of $1,400 each month, every month. As such, rehabilitating to provide a reasonable income is not possible. We have shown you the deterioration from our efforts to clean the property from the City of Albany, the City of Albany Police Department, the State Historic Preservation Office, and the Lynn County's Assessor's Office. In summary, criterion 2 is shown to be met. Not only have we shown you that these structures are deteriorated beyond repair, we've also spoken to the fact they cannot be economically rehabilitated to provide a reasonable income. Criterion 3 states there is a demonstrated public need for a new use that outweighs any public benefit that might be gained by preserving the subject buildings on the site. At present, there is no public benefit to these structures. The structures have amassed 183 calls for service from the police and fire department over a 2-year span. These calls regarded thefts, assaults, narcotics, disturbances, noise, domestic abuse, vandalism, harassment, and more. During these multiple visits, officers found drug paraphernalia, including methamphetamines. The city has condemned the structures and removed all the tenants. They are vacant, causing blight, and in their deteriorated state are unsightly and a poor representation of the City of Albany, the downtown, and the historic district. Not only are these structures providing no benefit, they are creating a net drain on the City of Albany. Neighbors we have spoken to want to see a change. They're tired of the blight, the problems the houses create. They feel if they were to be rehabilitated, that time was 30 years ago. The city created the DMU zone to increase density. Although we have not yet proposed a use on the subject site, we foresee historic sensitive residential housing similar to a brownstone row house. Increased density supports the community and the downtown. Beautiful new housing would provide a source of pride for the area instead of shame. Increased tax revenue from newly constructed residents would create a net gain instead of a net drain. You would no longer have to walk on the other side of the street on your way to River Rhythms for safety concerns. The rental market is at an all-time high. The vacancy rate is close to zero, thus demonstrating public need for more housing. In closing, criterion is met as a public need for safety, housing, tax revenue, and increased density outweighs any benefit that these structures have provided for the last 40 years. Criterion 4 states the proposed development, if any, is compatible with the surrounding area. The structures we will build will be period sensitive and conform with the City of Albany zoning. All future development would go through the City of Albany Planning and Building Department, and as such, Criterion 4 is also met in the planning and stages of any new development as the project goes through the necessary channels during the planning and permitting process. To summarize, we have shown you that we have met Criterion 1, 2, 3, and 4. Only one of these criteria needs to be met, as they are this one, or this one, or this one. This is why we are before you now. We've met the required criterion only to be denied by the Landmarks Commission, who disregarded the criterion and voted only on emotion and bias. We know this is a contentious issue. We have owned these structures for almost a year. During this time, we have contributed many hours, given much consideration and funding to the project. For those who think that we have arrived at this point of demolition without consideration to other avenues, we have not. We've reached out to Habitat for Humanity to donate any of these structures for rehabilitation at another location. We thought that a national organization with far more resources at their disposal might be interested in one or all of the structures for one of their families or as a fundraiser. Unfortunately, this is not the case. In speaking with the city, we've also mentioned that these structures could be purchased for $1 if moved to a different location. No one has come forward during our ownership to relocate these structures or in the past 40 years to tackle this project and improve the neighborhood. We are trying to improve this neighborhood. It feels like a double standard is imposed. We are caught between a rock and a hard place. The city has no appetite to assist with renovation and at the same time is adverse to demolition. The Landmarks Commission wants the structures restored and imposes a stay of demolition. Meanwhile, SHPO removes the structures from historical designation in 1999, but wants us judged by a higher standard 21 years later. There is such a lack of continuity that we are running circles. The Lynn County Assessor's Office documents the fact that a drug lab exists in 97, also notes SHPO removes from a historical designation in 99. The City Police Department make in excess of 183 calls for service. Then they in turn provide documentation of the deplorable conditions of the property and ask if they are available for training purposes. The Lynn County Code and Compliance Office notes multiple violations. The City Building and Planning Department implies the structures need to be torn down and in fact condemn the structures. With all these agencies documenting such decline and our application meeting the criteria required for demolition, it's truly inconceivable how a stay of demolition could be imposed by the Landmarks Advisory Commission. In closing, we appreciate your consideration, and at this point, we welcome any questions that you may have.
Questions? Yeah, Bill?
So one of the proposals is to have a 90-day stay on demolition in an effort to try and see if somebody wants them or sell them, move them, whatever. I mean, you said you're willing to sell it for $1. You've made some efforts already, as you stated. If the decision was to stay the demo for another 90 days, what other efforts or what other things could you do in an effort to find a buyer or figure out a way to save them?
We've seen that you could post the sign or something like that. The only negative to doing something like that is it prolongs what I think is inevitable. We've waited a year at this point right now, and someone would need to have a lot close by and be able to get that thing jacked up and moved. Getting under power lines is problematic, so I just feel like it would be hard. The liability issue, we pay, I think, a couple $100 per month for liability insurance. Doesn't even cover the structures. Having people come on the property that might get hurt or something like that is somewhat distressing, but I guess that we put a sign out in the yard, and, I don't know what other things we would need to do. I guess we could list it, for $1 with a realtor, but that's a pretty small commission, I'd imagine.
I don't know if it's a matter of public record, but would you mind disclosing what you paid for the property?
We paid $85,000.
Okay, thank you.
Bessie?
Just to clarify, did I hear you say that you do plan, if you can go through with it, that you would plan to build something that fits into the neighborhood? You're not going to build a ranch house, a box house, or anything like that? You would build something that fits?
Yeah, I think, some people might try to scare others, saying, well, we'll put up a nuclear reactor or some sexual pervert housing or something like that. We're not going to do that. It would be super classy and historically sensitive, so we want this to be a great project. I feel like everything that we try to do is top-notch, and we're not trying to Band-Aid these old houses, and, people have said, well, you could have done this way cheaper if you wouldn't put granite countertops or something like that. But this area deserves more than that. It hasn't had anything for 40 or more years. I don't know how long, but it's been ever since I've been in Albany, which is at least 30.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I got here in '88, so 30 years, and they've been pretty much in the same condition, and I just think you've done enough, and we'll wait, you've got to hear from the public and stuff, but I just really get upset when you have to basically beg to make the neighborhood better. It just bothers me.
I agree.
Okay, Ray was first, then Rich.
You mentioned during your testimony that the cost of doing the potential renovation was about $350,000 in it, and that you'd have to have at least $2,800 in rent to, make that pencil out, and it's obviously not going to happen. You could probably, in today's market, get about $1,400 a month. So can I infer properly that you could build your project for $175,000 then versus the $350,000? Because it would take half of that to get $2,800 to $1,400. The project $350,000 down to $175,000. Then it doesn't seem like that's a rational.
No, I really feel that's a conservative number, the $350,000. I don't think you could renovate those homes for much less than that. If you, I guess I'd go back, and when I first came to Albany 30 years ago, I bought a house, and I needed a lot of things, and in the kitchen, it had a vinyl floor, so I got some peel and stick 12 by 12 tiles, and they were probably 30 cents a square foot or something like that, and I put it down, and I was just darn proud of myself that that really looked better. But today, I don't think I would do that. We're building a house now, and I think they're spending $15 a square foot on reclaimed oak floors, and I think that looks quite a bit better. So there are ways to do it cheaper, like the plumbing in these houses was so, they'd have a radiator hose clamped to something to keep it from leaking, and they had duct tape around other spots. You could probably do some of that, but that's not the way it should be done. And
Well, I understand. I guess my question is, if you would say, even if you spent $350,000, you'd have to get $2,800 on it. What kind of cost are you looking at for something that will generate you $1,400 and still make it to your bottom line? If you say you don't want to do it on the cheap, but as you start improving the quality, then obviously your costs go up too.
Well, new construction, I think, is way less cost than rehabilitation. So I think, as new construction, we try to do all the work ourselves, or as much as we can, carpentry and that sort of thing. So we'll have a lot more equity in that kind of thing.
One last question. You talked about Kara turning you down. Actually, Kara Advisory Board never even received the application. Do you have the same packet of information that we have?
We didn't receive a...
We didn't receive a packet. I think
public-
just today we looked online and saw that.
Yeah, do you remember your application that you turned in to Kara, or the paperwork that you submitted?
And that's when we
We got it.
submitted the letter.
Pardon?
We submitted the letter of denial from Mr. Sherry. That's how we knew we were denied. We didn't realize that
Well,
that you
the
didn't hear.
paperwork that we have that is dated, I think it was, well, for everybody else on the dais, it's pages 123 to 130. Shows that it was submitted like on November 27th, 2017. Does that ring a bell about then?
Yeah, sounds, I mean, we talked with Seth and with Ed Hodney originally, and so,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, well, I guess my concern is that on the first page, there's your phone number, nothing on page 2, nothing on page 3, a total on page 4, on the fourth page, nothing on the fifth page or the sixth page, and then your spreadsheet on the 7th and 8th pages. And I mean, if that's accurate, and I'm only going by what I see here, then I can perfectly understand why it never crossed our boards, because that has got to be the most incomplete application I've ever seen.
Well, I don't believe that's our application. I know we would have filled out everything that we would needed, and if it didn't get filled out.
Counselor, I think if my memory is correct, I think when they submitted the application, I think it might have been sent to Kara, but it was pulled and we canceled the meeting.
I don't think it ever got to you
But the
guys.
application wasn't even
Yeah.
filled out. I mean, it's, to me, it was nonsensical to even try and apply
I
with
don't know,
that
maybe,
information.
Seth, can you let us know, refresh our memory?
This is actually what was included in the council memo. It's the first application I had seen of that nature. They did submit a complete application in May, though, the same month that it was put on for consideration, and then eventually pulled before the fair board.
Because
Because we don't have that. All we have is just.
Several, it was
Yeah.
not just a couple, 3 pages. It was quite a bit thicker.
Okay, I'm just going by what I see here.
So it was submitted, but it was pulled and never came to consideration with the Kara.
Yeah, I don't think we would have not filled it out completely to the best of our ability.
As I recall, Mr. Sherry said it was a very extensive application, and he hadn't seen anything that thorough or transparent. And so we were proud of what we had submitted at the time, so.
Okay. All right, any other comments? Right, okay, Rich?
And I can't tell you where I saw it, so I'm going to just ask you, so everyone gets the same information. I saw a list of things that were wrong, and there were rafters that had to be replaced, sheathing on the roof, there were a bunch of studs that had to be replaced, a bunch of paneling, a whole bunch of stuff on the inside walls. Now, I didn't, as I got the impression, there's no beams in these, big beams. But if it came to pass that you folks got the okay to go ahead and tear everything down, would this be a track hoe, me on a track hoe in about 2.5 hours and the house is gone, or if the house is in a piece? Or would there be an opportunity for the recyclers to come and pick and choose the pieces they would like to have if there were pieces of mantle or a beam that could be taken out? I mean, things that could be salvaged.
Yeah.
We actually have been approached by both the Lynn and Benton County SWAT teams as well as the Albany Fire Department to use the homes for training since they were such a drain on both agencies. And I think that we would go that route. Of course, we would be more than happy to, we believe in recycling, donate anything, but then it causes liability issue. I mean, we'd have to check with our insurance if you have people coming into these houses salvaging things.
Well,
which
there
they're more
are
than
people
welcome
who,
to.
that's their job. There's an outfit over on the east side of town that what they do is go in and salvage old wood out of things. I mean, I understand putting a nail in an old two-by-four. I mean, if you use a box nail, it bends, and if you use a common nail, about half the time, if it's very close to the end, it splits it because they're so hard, but,
You know, we would like to see, you know, we don't like to waste things. And so to answer your question, I'd say we'd be open to that. Again, we just have to maybe have some sort of hold harmless agreement in case somebody got injured, but, yeah.
thank you.
Okay. And since you said you'd be open to kind of options, would you consider, or have you even considered, getting a lot line adjustment for the corner house on Calapooya and then selling off that home? Could that be an option for somebody to come in and want to restore it then, since you don't, have interest in really, sounds like in restoring it, but since it is one of Albany's oldest homes, giving somebody else the opportunity of restoring that on site?
You know, we get beat up for people saying we're not documenting things, and we have seen no documentation. That very well could be an old house built in 1858, but there's no more documentation for that than anything that we've submitted, so we would consider all things like that. I just feel like we would be open to that. I don't know how to say it other than that. What price is something for sale? I'm sure there is a price that something's for sale.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay, any other questions of the applicant? Okay, anything else?
Just going back to, the OAR's, I don't know how they gauge something, but I just don't see those buildings as fair condition. I mean, they're not livable, they're not anything close to fair. The windows are broke out, the roofs are leaking, the porches are falling off them, Dick had mentioned he got on the second floor, but I would say that porch is not solid. Maybe it didn't fall down with him at that point, but I wouldn't trust that too. So I would dispute, I guess, some of their classification as fair. I would have to grade it a little lower than that personally. That's it,
Okay.
all I have.
All right, thank you. Okay. Okay, so now we will be taking public testimony, first from those in favor of the applications, followed by those in opposition or with concerns, and finally from anyone who is neutral. As I recognize you, please come to the podium, state your full name and address, spell your last name, and make any comment you have for the council's consideration. If anyone wishes to enter an exhibit into the record as part of your testimony, please briefly describe it and then present it to the city clerk. Okay, so we did have some folks that signed up, and also if you were still wanting, didn't sign up and would like to still make some comments, we will still give that opportunity. So I did, for somebody who had signed up in favor was, can't quite read the writing, but I think it's Mike Bishopink? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Thanks for allowing me to have a few moments of your time.
Could you pull the mic closer to you, please?
Is that better?
A little bit.
I just want to acknowledge that I am married to Tina's mom, for clarity. And I also want to, just for a second, address the fact of the condition of the home. I live in the neighborhood. I've been in the house. I can guarantee you, 22 years ago, it might have been fair. It's definitely not that. My name's Mike Bishopink. My wife and I have lived in the Monteith Historic District for the last 30 years. We own a 1910 bungalow-style house that is all original, both inside and out. The house is on the National Register of Historical Places. And my wife, I believe back in the day, actually served on the Historic Preservation Board. While generally being proponents of preservation and restoration, my belief is the Landmark Committee got it wrong this time in regards to this project for the following. Unlike some of those folks on the committee, I've actually been in the buildings in question. The foundations are crumbling, the sidings are rotting, the roofs are falling in, etc. The historical integrity of the buildings are not only severely compromised by the above conditions, the houses, especially the interiors, have been bastardized over the years, as well as much of the content has been stolen, stripped, or deteriorated to a great extent. What's left is highly questionable in regards to being original or historically correct. I've walked by these houses for 30 years and watched the slow and steady decline and ruination of them. As owners came and went, as well as tenants, these buildings continual decline, culminating in a place where we allowed women and children to be warehoused in abject poverty and squalor. Shame on all of us for that. An inordinate amount of city funds over the years have been directed to these properties in regards to the police department, fire department, health department, etc. No disrespect to the Landmarks Committee, I too, when in Portland, Salem, Albany, or wherever, see old buildings or houses come down, I feel a sense of loss and remorse. Having said that, the time for intervention, committees, expertise, funding, etc., should be utilized along the way, not after decades of neglect and turning a blind eye to a severe problem, culminating in the city condemning the buildings. It seems a bit ludicrous for us as a city to condemn the buildings and turn around and ask a local business, by the way, make the houses original and historically correct. Regardless of what one's sentiments are in regards to these properties, I suggest we go with professionals in this case. That is the city, the police, the fire department, health departments, and the gentleman on the committee who is not only a builder but a trained architect. I urge the city council to expedite the process of the removal of the buildings. Rest assured, the Stigners will build something that not only will enhance the downtown, but benefit the city as a whole.
Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you. All right, that was it that had signed up that was in favor. So I'll start with who was against, and that would be Jolene Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Jolene Thompson. I am Vice Chair of the Albany Landmarks Advisory Commission. I was appointed to the commission in 2012. It has become readily apparent that there is confusion about what Landmarks Advisory is and how we come to determinations in our quasi-judicial hearings, so I'm here tonight to speak to that in the hope that I can clarify and educate. The City of Albany passed an ordinance in 1985 requiring all historically rated structures in the designated districts and those included on the city's official local historic inventory to be reviewed for historic compatibility. Review is required for new construction, demolition, and exterior alterations that change the appearance or character of the structure or replace original materials. When reviewing, commissioners have guidelines and laws they must follow. Some come from Albany Municipal Code, some from the Comprehensive Plan, Secretary of the Interior standards, Oregon revised statutes, and in some cases, other federal rules and regulations, including, but not limited to, the provisions in the National Historic Preservation Act. The Landmarks Advisory Committee was created to, according to Albany Municipal Code, and I quote here, affect and accomplish the protection, enhancement, perpetuation of improvements and districts which represent or reflect elements of the city's cultural, social, economic, political, and architectural history. The purpose is to safeguard the city's historic and cultural heritage. On September 5th, 2018, application HI 1218 was brought to the Landmarks Advisory Commission. This was a historic review of demolition to demolish 3 historic contributing homes in the Monteith Historic District at 331 Southwest Calapooya, 525 Southwest 4th, and 533 Southwest 4th. In researching these structures, we learned that 331 Southwest Calapooya is a pre-statehood home. Not only is it historic contributing, but it's particularly special in that few pre-statehood homes remain in the state. It is likely the second oldest home in Albany. Albany Development Code criteria for historic review of demolition, which can be found under ADC 7.330, must be satisfied to grant approval for this application. Criterion 1 and 2 are taken into consideration by Landmarks Advisory to make a determination on the application. Criterion 1, no prudent or feasible alternative exists. To satisfy the criteria, the applicant must demonstrate that there are no prudent or feasible alternatives other than demolition. The applicant did not display any good faith action to secure financing in their application, nor did we see any attempt to market the properties for relocation or resale. Therefore, the applicant did not satisfy Criterion 1. Criterion 2, the building or structure is deteriorated beyond repair and cannot be economically rehabilitated on site to provide a reasonable income or residential environment compared to other structures in the general area. The applicant could not prove in any regard that the structures were not salvageable. A report from a licensed engineer or architect regarding the structural soundness of any buildings on the property and their suitability for rehabilitation was not included with their application, and the applicant's estimates for repair were highly suspect, with no supporting documentation from any general contractor. Therefore, the applicant did not satisfy Criterion 2. With neither criterion satisfied, we had no choice but to issue the stay of demolition. We did receive plenty of public testimony, but the vast majority of testimony did not apply to the criteria we follow. We must follow the guidelines and rules and not emotions. I remain certain that the findings of the Landmarks Advisory Commission were accurate. Further, we are now aware that Oregon administrative rules allow under OAR 660-2330200 a denial of the application for demolition. I encourage City Council to deny the request for demolition as it has not met the criterion I have referenced, and also because the property located at 331 Southwest Calapooya in particular is of special historical significance. Your Landmarks Advisory Commissioners put in countless hours of continuing education, site visits, and a lot of hard work to help preserve Albany's heritage. Our decisions are not based on personal feelings, and we do not take our responsibilities lightly.
Okay, all right, thank you. Bill, you got a question?
So some of what you said was in contradiction to what the signers stated. Would it be fair to assume that your testimony is your opinion Or are you facts, are they facts, in which case the signatures are lying?
I believe the majority of what I have offered you tonight is fact. I would also like to expand upon that to tell you that my other volunteer work is as a home visitor for St. Vincent de Paul, and in that capacity, I've been inside these homes. I disagree with the assessment on these homes as someone who has been inside the homes, particularly the Kalapuya address. The other two, not so much. The Kalapuya address, I truly believe that is a salvageable home. I visited a family living in that home. I absolutely believe, and it has been a couple years, but at that point, I certainly felt it was salvageable, and to the point I didn't notify anyone in any government agency that I thought there was a danger to the people who were living there or anything in that regard, which I have done.
So I guess I don't understand your comment on the assessment. Are you referring to the 1996 assessment of fair?
No, I'm not referring to that assessment. I'm referring to the statements made by the applicant that it is not suitable for salvage.
Oh, I understand, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, all right. Okay.
And I would just like to add to Councilor Johnson, if there's at any point you would like to get together and to discuss the National Historic Districts and what can and can't be allowed, we actually, most of our applications we get, it's people wanting to change out windows, things like that. Homeowners are restricted in a National Historic District as to what they can do. It's, you know, that's why we exist, to review and to try to do the right thing.
I do have.
So do I.
Yeah. Well, Bessie, did you want to comment?
Yes, I guess my question, because you said that this might be, your statement might be part opinion. So in this case, apparently they have, nobody has come up within, 30 years, other than the former owners who are, like I said, are known for not taking care of the properties.
Correct.
So if they just decide, okay, we're not going to do anything. So would that make, I mean, would that be better to let them totally deteriorate and not, because they are the owners now, they can do what they want.
Certainly, and that would be incredibly unethical on their part, but I guess it's a free country, they could. And there is actually a phrase for this, demolition by neglect, and it's not a nice thing to have people know you for. It's kind of disgusting.
Can't you understand where nobody has stepped in to do anything with these houses, and so now they're trying to make the neighborhood better? Would you rather have them just totally deteriorate and make the neighborhood worse? I mean, they've already been condemned.
Is this rhetorical, or would you like my reply?
Well, I mean, let me finish, I'll let you finish.
All right, tell me when you're ready.
You know, so, I mean, I just wonder is that, I think there's, the decision, I think, you say, we've got to go by the laws, and I think there's emotion. Of course there is. But they have a right too, that if it's in 23 years ago, it said it's fair, and nobody's really done anything since, you still think that it's fair conditions?
I don't want to see this as a debate forum going here. I do want to say, I think I need to clarify is...
Just trying to make a point.
Right. Signs of Victory had owned this for quite a few years, and that's where it really got deteriorated. So there was efforts to try to get these houses out from underneath Signs of Victory. But the price tag as that time, because I was with George, Matlin, trying to see what could we do to try to be able to sell them. They wanted $160,000 for the house. I mean, Signers, how they got it for 85, I commend you for that, because I know there was efforts out there trying to get these houses out from underneath Signs of Victory. So to be able to get, it for 85,000, we were pleased, I was pleased, this is solving a problem that we had with the condition of these homes. But there was effort for years to be able to get different owners in those.
But it didn't happen, and this is what...
Because when it was a high price tag, that's what happened.
Well,
yeah.
Sorry.
Right, So, okay.
And again, I just want to reiterate, most of us pay for our own continuing education to learn more about the proper ways to handle things that occur within the boundaries of a National Historic District. Is it emotional? Well, certainly, on some level it is emotional when you put in that type of a time investment and a money investment, and to sit here in front of city council and say, well, isn't it his house? Well, gosh, yeah, I mean, okay, that's some emotion, because
And you
that's
don't-
frustrating.
And you don't think the Signers have put up with emotion for more than a year?
I think
I'm not-
that they are seeking to make a profit, as most of us do in our personal capacities away from here. I think we all make choices, Ms. Johnson, and perhaps they made a poor one. But that's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to hold to the law.
Well,
we
want
have final
to, I want to
decisions,
personally
so.
commend our Landmarks Advisory Committee for all the time that you do put in to be able to review all of these. Every one of our boards and commissions saves the city council time for us not, we would be here every single day, all day long, reviewing everything that all boards and committees do, so we really
Windows.
thank you. Yes.
A lot of windows.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
So-
Wait,
Yeah, actually, I had one first.
Oh,
Go
okay,
ahead.
Rich.
Then
Concerning windows.
Right.
Yesterday, I was out at the range with a person who had a house not very far from here and sold it, or from there and sold it. Does the Monteith house also have to comply with those windows?
Yes.
There's something you can check out. There's an allegation that to the backside of the Monteith house, in fact, has windows that do not comply.
Windows are interesting because it has to do with what is facing the street. So there is some room for exception there, but I certainly would be more glad to check it out as well.
Well, I think we have two folks here that are on the Monteith board, so I think they will probably know
Well,
what those windows are.
bottom line
Yeah.
is, do what I say, not what I do is not the right thing to do either.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
Everyone should follow the rules. It's so very clear what's expected in a National Historic District. This is not difficult. This is not difficult. It's so very,
It's
very
just
clear.
expensive.
It is expensive, absolutely. I don't disagree, and in fact, I do not own a home in the National Historic District. And I admit that. I bought a historic home outside of the district because I knew that there are less rules and regulations when you buy outside of the district. Anyone who purchases inside of the district knows the rules. There's a trade-off.
Right. Mike, you had a question?
earlier you were asked a question by Mr. Coburn about whether the Signers were telling the truth or not. And you alluded to the fact that they may not be. So my question to you is, do you do construction?
No, I was appointed to Landmarks Advisory Commission for my background in history.
Okay, but not in construction. So
We do have a commissioner present whose background is construction, who can speak to that, though.
But he's not up here, you are.
He will
So-
be.
And you implied that the Signers weren't being honest with what they were saying, okay? And I'm asking you if you have a knowledge or a working knowledge of the construction industry to know whether their estimates are true or not.
I rely on the commissioners that are on our committee to advise when that is their particular role on the commission.
But-
We have a commissioner who can speak to that.
Okay. But, okay.
Yeah. I prefer to let the professionals speak on their area of expertise.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jolene. Thank you. Okay, and actually, since the question came up, I'll go ahead and move up Larry Preston, so maybe you'll be able to kind of answer that question then that arose, so. Unless you'd prefer to stay later?
No.
Okay, all right.
Please give me the form. My name's Larry Preston, and I am a contractor, and for the last 28 years, I've lived in this town and run a business doing exactly that. restoring homes, lots of them in historic districts, lots of them not in historic districts. I do additions, I build new houses, and I know what things cost. And so I'll get to that in a minute.
Larry, can you move the mic closer
Sure,
to you?
sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Name and address.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1152 12th Avenue, Albany. I live in a 130-year-old home that, when I purchased it, had no foundation, 4 outlets, 3 lights. They had planned to push it over because it had a great big lot, enough to maybe get 3 houses on it. And the people that sold the house ended up selling it to me, even though I wasn't the highest bidder, because I was going to save the house, and it was important to them because they'd lived in it for 60 years. That house experience, along with lots of other things, have kind of tempered and directed me till eventually I ended up on the Landmarks Commission. We have 7 commissioners that have different strengths and weaknesses and information, and we listen to the testimony that was presented to us, and not one of us could not feel for the seniors. I mean, public urination, drug addicts, police calls, we're against all of that. I mean, none of us want it. And we don't want it next to our house, we don't want it in our neighborhoods. But that doesn't have anything to do with what we're called upon to do. I would like to introduce a couple of pictures that you guys could see. There were some questions about what was good, fair, and from a historic point of view. I'm giving you some pictures of so that you can see the difference between what a fair structure would be and what a poor structure would be. I've had the chance to work on lots of projects, various kinds. Aircraft hangars to historic lookouts, weird jobs. But all of them are interesting and worth doing. I had a lookout that they said was not worth doing because it was built so long ago, had only a few structures that were left on it. It was the last manned one in the Willamette Valley. But we hiked to the top of it, packed our stuff up. It was feasibly, monetarily not rewarding. I underbid it horribly. But the job was worth doing. And people in the valley appreciated it, the ones that have the guts to get to the top of that mountain. Anyway, when we listened to the proposal, there were a number of things that were perplexing. They proposed to tear down 3 houses. They did not address the houses individually. They were done in mass. We were shown pictures of out of plumb, and as if one house somehow applied to all. And they're in bad shape. But I can tell you positively that they're not beyond saving. They were not condemned. The city refused to let people live in them. That's a different thing than a structural condemnation. No engineering report was done. All the things that Jolene talked about were things that we needed to see. When it came to the bid process, we had 3 bids identical to 3 different houses. You don't have to be a contractor to think that's odd. I am a contractor, and if the bill comes to $350,000, there would be no historic remodels, ever. Not that any single one of their things couldn't be argued about, but taking en masse, it's not practical, it's not helpful, particularly in this case. There were no contractors outside of themselves that responded or gave bids, which generally, when we come in and somebody wants to have something changed, somebody says, this is how much it's going to cost, and this guy said, this is what we're going to do. That's what we're used to seeing. And we see it all year long. That did not happen in this case. Those numbers that you were talking about were numbers that maybe a well-meaning owner made up, and maybe he made it up with experience. But at the same time, it's not the kind of presentation that we generally get. What you're looking at right there, those pictures that just came by, is a house on 4th Street and Jefferson. You might know it, I think it's like 436 or something. It caught on fire. And as you can see, the beams were gone, floor is gone, back half of the house is gone. People were living in the back of it in sleeping bags. And if you drove by it today, you might not like the color of it, but that's a pretty house. And that was completely restored. And not for anywhere near the money that we're talking about for these restorations. I have news on that one because I did that with the help of other contractors in town. And when we're faced with a problem, like trying to save a building, there are contractors that will donate their time, they will help, they will reduce because they think it's important to keep things historically important to Albany from falling down. The stay that was issued was automatic. And somebody said that it wasn't unanimous, but it was not close. Staff, all the commissioners, minus one, who have worked for the seniors, voted the same way. Because using the criteria we have, which is these standards for rehabilitation, we had no choice. And it wasn't an emotional thing, and people are emotional, but these guidelines that were addressed were not emotional. And we feel sorry for somebody if they get stuck with this. But when you come into the historic district and you buy a house, especially if you're a contractor and you've lived in this town for 30 years, you know what the rules are, or at least generally. Everybody does. Listen to them gripe and complain. I know, my customers do. Lots of times when I work in the historic district, my customers would like to do it as cheaply as they can and as quickly as they can. I would like to do that for them because it makes them happy and I get paid quick. But oftentimes that's not what happens because number one, it's not the best thing for the house. Number two, it's illegal and I won't do it. Generally, I can convince people that the best tack is what's best for their house. Now, these houses have not been taken care of, and they have been neglected, but that's a problem with landowners, not with the houses. The structure of these houses can be saved. There's no doubt of that. Whether all of them deserve to be saved, I won't say. I think the one house should be saved. That's my personal opinion. But the fact is, they could all be saved. And whatever you guys decide, you should take that into consideration, that we're not just removing a house, we're removing a whole block. And it may be that the homeowners that live around it are very excited to see somebody buy those houses. But not everybody's going to be happy to see a set of apartments go up in there, whether you call them row houses or not. If it was going next to your house, you might not like it, or anybody's house. So we're not trying to please everybody, but we're trying to follow the rules. And the rules were clear, and our decision was easy, not hard. It was emotional, but not hard. And we did the best we could. If you have any questions?
Yeah, Bill?
So one of the things that Bob pointed out tonight is that there is an additional option that
absolutely
everyone was not aware of it at the time. So I'm a little confused to where you're at. Would you at this point deny the demolition?
What my option would be is, I think that the 365-degree stay gives us some time so they don't get torn down without having pursued the other options. That's what the stay is for. Nobody said they can't tear down the houses. All we said is that they should wait and we should look into the other options because those options are the charge of our committee. And that's what we said. And so I'm open to all kinds of options. I am not a nutball that wants to save every stick. And I mean, I'm a contractor. I build. I want to build new things. But I am also a historian. I love Albany. I want to keep the historic districts. It's what makes us cool and interesting. So I'm conflicted, and I'm open, but I'm not in a hurry. And I don't think you guys should be in a hurry.
Okay. There was an estimate included in our packet. I assume this is the same one that
That's the one we got.
Landmarks looked at it.
Yeah.
Did you put together an estimate for the project?
I have not. I haven't been asked for that, and I haven't been able to get in or under or whatever. But there are lots of people that do exactly that kind of work in town. But I guarantee you, none of the estimates will come in like that.
So you apparently, through your experience, feel that these are high.
They're very high.
So very high.
Well, let me couch that a little bit. It depends what you want to do. I mean, when I restore a house, I don't always, I mean, I know I don't put a $17,000 heating system in. You can check with mine. You can buy one, but you wouldn't put that in a 1,500 square foot house. Just wouldn't happen. You can still get a heat pump and do it for half that or less. Anyway, from a person who does it for regular people, not as, I'm not a speculator. I come to your house because you need help with your house. So my bidding reflects the fact that you want the best you can get without paying the most. And there's a lot of room under that. I simply just built a home for my in-laws behind my house. And for $120,000, without paying myself, I built a brand new house. For $350,000 for a rehab and a remodel, you pay more than $1,400 if I get done with that house.
So I'm just trying to understand your perspective based on your comments. Give me an idea. I mean, is this 10% high, 20% high, 50%?
It's double, triple maybe in some cases. The numbers are all the same, and oddly, the difference. Electricians, plumbers, heating and air, they don't all cost $17,000 on any project. And if somebody came over to your house and you were bidding a project, and you said, how much to do my roof? And the guy said $24,000 without going outside and looking at your roof, or without estimating, or without taking square footage, or without evaluating whether the structure underneath is good, you would probably not take that bid either. And that's how most of us felt. Even people who are not contractors had the same reaction when they saw the numbers.
So I just crunched the numbers. If they're double, then you're thinking you could restore one of those homes for $59,000.
No, 300,000. His numbers are for each of the houses.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, redo that math and then maybe I can get close.
So it's 177,
Yeah.
178,000.
Exactly. That house that you're looking at on 4th Street that was almost completely burned down was way less than that.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. Anybody else?
I do.
Yeah, Rich?
How far out of whack does it have to be before it's no longer a good deal?
Well,
I mean, it's,
I'll tell you exactly
and
that.
I guess,
Yeah.
let's make sure everyone knows what I mean when I say out of whack, because that's a
My
colloquial
house-
term.
My house, which I live in with my daughter, and I wouldn't let her live in one that was too out of whack. If you come into my front room, you can see it's probably a deflection of almost 2 inches in an 8-foot zone.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Oh.
Stop. Time out.
Yeah.
Out of whack means it costs X amount more than you can reasonably get out of it. If I'm going to fix a house and then rent it, and I'm going to spend $2,000 a month to do something, and I'm only getting $1,400, what's that difference for you?
Well, the difference is, first of all, where's the house? Where's it located? What am I going to be able to get?
How much out of your pocket?
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. And then what it does more, if I'm going to save that house, it may change how I save it. I may not jack it up and put an apartment underneath of it. I might not do all the things that they suggested, which none of those things are bad, and maybe that would be great. But you don't have to do that to get your $1,400 a month. You may need that to try to get your 28. I would do the math. I would figure out what they're worth, how much, that's what I do every night, because if I don't do that, I get
Business,
screwed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Any other questions, Larry? Okay, very good information. Thank you, Larry. So,
Mayor,
Uh-huh.
can we take a 10-minute?
Okay,
I mean,
let's just go
We have a
ahead.
number of people.
How about a 5-minute break?
Oh, whatever.
5-minute break? We'll take a 5-minute recess, folks.
Closer, Mayor?
Is everybody here?
Be closer for a minute.
Speak closer in the mic, nobody can hear you.
All right, we're going to get started, folks. Next to come up would be Carrie McQuillan.
Get up there. Jerry McCoy.
And Carrie, if you can spell your name and your last name. You know the routine.
So I'm Carrie McQuillan, McQuillin, and I live at 525 6th Avenue Southwest. I want to thank the mayor for letting me move up, and thank Dave Abar and Rebecca Bond for letting me move up too. I've got to run out and feed my kids.
She's got little baby twins.
I do.
So,
They're
yeah.
So,
Carrie, would you get a little closer to the mic?
Please.
Yeah.
Just a little closer
Towards you.
There you go. There you go.
I have an incredibly soft voice too, so I'll try to give you my best here. So, in general, I think a lot of the points that I would have covered have already been covered, so I just wanted to primarily focus on a few distinctions that I think are really important, and then also give a little summary of my thought about this application and in a way my optimism for it as well. So first, I think that there's an important distinction when we're talking about do they want to sell? Well, we're talking about houses versus land. They're two different questions. So with a stay of demolition, it's not requiring them to sell the land. And it's not requiring them to sell the houses either. It just asks that they look for an opportunity to sell the houses, which they've talked about, they've done, but that perhaps there are more opportunities for that. And certainly, I think a sign in front of the house would be helpful. And also, that's a particular kind of buyer that you'd be looking for. I'm not sure that such a short time period, you'd actually find that buyer in that time period, in a 90-day time period. So there's no requirement that they sell the houses, and there's definitely no requirement that they sell the land. There's just a request that they work to sell the houses. So the other distinction, and Larry talked about this, is the difference between a house being uninhabitable or unsafe to occupy and a house being condemned. So in new construction, if you're building a house and you've got, the house framed, you've got the walls up, you've got the exterior done, but you don't have plumbing, you don't have water, maybe you don't have, sheetrock on the inside, that house isn't safe to occupy yet, but it's certainly not condemned. The structure is fine. And so so just because the city said it's unsafe to occupy this house doesn't mean that it's actually would not be possible to rehabilitate it and make it safe to occupy because the structure itself isn't condemned. I understand the struggle of requiring people to do something with their property. It's a question that we face all the time, and it's a question that ordinances cover for all areas, and the National Historic Registry districts are most stringent that I'm aware of in that. So we are indeed looking at requirements and conditions for changes. It's not just what we want people to do. I also failed to mention that I'm a commissioner. Sorry, I'm on the Landmarks Advisory Commission. Actually revised what I was going to say, so that didn't make the list in my revision. So we do have restrictions, and there are restrictions, and there are legal restrictions in those districts. It's not just that we don't want people to be able to have the opportunity to do what they're asking to do. It's that there are regulations around that. Let's see. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the idea of a house being, and I don't remember the exact language, I wish it was still up on the board, but the idea of a house being particularly special in the district, or why you would save a particular house. So we look at particular houses, but the reason that this happens in districts is that it's also about the cloth of the district. So if you think about if you're buying a sweater, you look at the sweater and you say, this is a nice sweater, but if there's one spot in it that's wrong. You probably aren't going to buy the sweater if there's a big hole in it. So it's not just about the individual house, it's also about the character of the district. And this is an interesting place, and I think this location in general in town is an interesting location because it's the edge of the district. And it seems to be, that's a place, edges are where things can unravel. And I can see that this location is a place where things can unravel. Of course, that's not really completely irrelevant because the house doesn't have to stay there to be saved. But I do think it's related to something that the applicant said that I think is huge that I'd like us to really focus on, that when the mayor asked about whether they would be willing to do a line adjustment on a property to save the house on Calapooya, they said that they'd be willing to entertain that idea. So it seems like there may be some more options that could be explored here that would be worthwhile. And that house, and as I look at it, it's very difficult to think about this application as about three houses, when all three houses are so different. And as I look at some of the houses, I go, and I have no construction background, but some of them look like, wow, that looks dicey to me, and some of them look more like they aren't. Of course, that would need to be evaluated by an impartial architect or someone who does that sort of evaluation. But just from what basically we're all working with here so far, that vision of them seems like the houses are different, and so to consider them in one application is very hard. And that adjustment of the property line would help that. I'd also like to say that in general, I see that there's a lot of confusion around this. As I understand it, and I was not at the September 5th hearing, but as I understand it, the application to CARA did not meet the CARA standards, so of a 50% match. And it sounds like the applicant may have been confused about that as well when they talked about the 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3. And then there are the matching estimates that come from the buyer themselves, or the applicant themselves, rather than another contractor. I understand that the applicant is a contractor, but in this sort of situation, I would hope that there would be some sort of estimates to help support that perspective. So the matching estimates, it seems that not all avenues were pursued, with the CARE funding application not meeting the requirements, and then with the one application for all three structures making it confusing. It seems to me that I wish that this had gone through a reapplication or an appeal where the applicant did the appeal and used the information that they gained from landmarks to revise their appeal, rather than having it go directly to City Council in the same format, because it continues to have those issues that it had when it went to landmarks, where the applicant may have been able to resolve some of those issues otherwise. My final comment would be about just the high cost of the pieces. And I understand that the applicant is valuing the houses from the historic district and wanting to do nice things for the houses, like granite countertops and reclaimed oak floors and that sort of thing. And I've saved this for last because this is very much a values question. And when I consider whether you are saving a house or not, particularly if you're considering it as a rental property, requiring that it have granite countertops, requiring that it have the top of the line in order to be saved, seems almost defeatist in an overly optimistic way. By planning to do the most special things, they have essentially eliminated their opportunity to save the houses at all. And raising the houses up to create a mother-in-law apartment, that's wonderful, and that's something that someone might do for their own house because they wanted a mother-in-law apartment. But if they're looking to turn a profit, I question why they needed to raise a house to create a mother-in-law apartment. I understand that a second living area in a house is more profitable, but it's usually more profitable if it already existed there.
Okay, all right, any questions? Okay, thank you, Carrie. Thank you. Okay, next is Rebecca Bond.
I have no idea. That's awesome.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you tonight.
You'll probably have to tilt the mic down, I think, a bit, yeah.
Never see you or the paper. I'm Rebecca Bond, and I live at 35440 Riverside Drive, Southwest. And I'm here to read a letter on behalf of the president of the Albany Visitors Association. The Albany Visitors Association, AVA, is the official marketing arm of the city. As such, it is charged with marketing Albany, the area attractions, historic resources, and events for leisure tourism and group travel. In those efforts, Albany's historic districts listed on the National Register of Historic Places, including the privately owned homes and commercial buildings, have served as an attraction to entice visitors to come to Albany to spend their time and their money. In fact, initially, the historic buildings and downtown businesses of Albany served as the only attraction within the city recognized for bringing visitors. Over the years, the City of Albany Landmarks Commission has helped to maintain the authenticity and integrity of the historic inventory. The city's collection and wise investment of transient lodging tax dollars have helped to create a well-rounded marketing strategy to increase the economic impact of tourism. And while attractions have been added to the inventory, the historic districts have remained a consistent draw for visitors who come to Albany. This trend carries through the entire state. According to the Longwoods International Study, marketable trips in Oregon include touring through a region to experience its scenic beauty, history, and culture. Outdoor trips to enjoy activities such as camping, hunting, fishing, hiking, and boating, and special events such as fair festivals or sports events. Those were the top 3 in our area. In Lynn County, tourism provides 1,800 jobs. 2 million visitors each year bring $127 million into our area, generating $1.2 million in taxes and another $5 million in state taxes. In 2017, the top 5 activities and experiences during an overnight trip to Oregon were shopping, going to the beach or waterfront, visiting a national or state park, landmark historic site visits, and fine dining. Landmark and historic site visits were ahead of the eating part. I thought that was kind of interesting, because those are in order. Historic buildings, museums, attractions, restaurants, hiking trails, bikeways, dining, shopping, and activities held at our parks or the Expo Center all help draw visitors to Oregon and to Albany. Historic buildings are on the top of that list. Albany is known as having the best example of a pioneer-era home in the state, the most varied style of architecture, and more examples of historic homes within a concentrated area than any other district in Oregon. These attributes have become an identifying factor in Albany's tourism efforts. They cannot be replicated in another community. They are unique to Albany. We are grateful to the Landmarks Commission for their work in helping to maintain the authenticity and integrity of these historic buildings and our historic inventory for residents and visitors today and for future generations. We encourage the City Council to recognize that the City of Albany and its citizens have been working together for over 40 years to improve the quality of life and enhance the image of the city by preserving its historic buildings and focusing on its history. As a result, visitors have sought out Albany, bringing new dollars into our economy. By standing by the Landmarks Commission recommendations, the results of these efforts can continue by bringing new dollars into our community, helping our local businesses succeed, helping to make our neighborhoods stronger and safer, and creating community rich in history, culture, and pride. Now, I also added an editorial. I'm not going to read the whole thing, just the bottom line, literally the bottom paragraph. And this one is from October 13th of 2003. That was pertinent to this topic. The historic districts in and near the downtown area are important to Albany. They lend the community a degree of distinction. Without them, Albany would be just another flat spot on the freeway with the same chain stores and fast food places as every other burg in America. So there's a good public purpose to be served by helping owners of 100-plus-year-old houses to keep them looking authentic. This is what the Landmarks Advisory Commission does. and it deserves the town's support. HH.
Also wrote that? Yeah. When was that done? When did you say?
03?
October 13th, 2003.
All right. Do you remember that one also?
I do now.
Very well written.
As always.
Yeah, question, yeah, Bill?
Rebecca, when Jolene Thompson testified, she said that she lives in a historic home, but not in a historic district. So considering the whole community then, do you know how many historic homes we have in Albany?
We have over 800 in our historic districts there are 3 contiguous districts, and that includes the downtown building. So we have the downtown commercial district, the Monteith Historic District, and the Hackleman District. And then we have additional homes outside of the district that are still within the inventory.
Do you know the number of how many?
Over 800. But I don't know
Well, you mentioned
exactly.
800 are within the historic district.
That's what we promote, yes.
Yeah, any idea how many homes outside the historic districts?
I would have to ask landmarks, but probably 100
Okay.
that are in the inventory.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, is it an annual tour when people open up their homes, I think, around Christmas time?
Thanks for asking. Actually, we have 2 annual historic interior home tours. Those tours have been going on for 40 years, and they have never been a requirement for homeowners.
Right.
They've always been voluntary, and the homeowners, as a thank you for having their homes on the tour, research is done to decide what the house name should be, and they're provided with a plaque. And if you drive through the historic districts, you'll see those black plaques, those historic plaques with the name and date of the houses. There are literally hundreds of those houses, and every one of those houses has been on one of the historic interior home tours over the last 40 years.
Any idea how many are on the tour at one time? You know?
We have 5 to 8 homes on one given tour.
Okay, thank you.
And then there's the summer tour.
Right,
Yeah.
there are 2 annual interior home tours. The one coming up is on the second Sunday of December, and then we also have the summer tour, which is the last Saturday in July.
Okay, all right, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Okay, next is David Abar.
Getting close to me, so I don't have to be asked. Good evening, my name's David Abar, 625 4th Avenue Southeast in Albany. As a board member of both CARA and a commissioner with Landmark, I've attended all the meetings in regards to the Cigna properties that we are discussing tonight. I would like to touch on the CARA request that was submitted to the board that was removed from the agenda. That was on April 18, 2018. Staff, through feedback through CARA members, decided to pull the request. Some of the feedback, among other things, was how estimates were established. Bids versus estimates was part of that. At the time, there was no policy in place to require this. This request didn't meet a 50-50 match either. From that April meeting in regards to the cost estimate, to quote the minutes, Sherry suggested that the advisory board consider establishing a policy related to contractor bids or quotes. In discussion, members provided the following comments. The policy should refer to bids, which carry more weight than quotes. The policy should require 1 bid for projects up to $10,000 and 3 bids for projects over $10,000. The policy should clarify how to handle vertically integrated development companies that plan to do the work themselves. Possibilities include the use of third-party review, online estimate programs, and requiring the same number of bids as other applicants. So I don't know if everybody remembers the email that went around April 17th, the day before. The request was pulled. The following was adopted through subsequent CARA meetings. The final resolution is dated 6/2018 by the ARA, which is all of you. I'll go ahead and read what was the final decision on this topic. Funding request with a total project of up to $10,000 requiring one estimate to apply for ARA funding. Funding request with total project cost of more than $10,000 require estimates to apply for ARA funding. Estimates is defined as a document a contractor creates to calculate their expected cost to complete a project. Estimates include cost of labor, materials, and overhead. Estimates may be provided by general contractors or one general contractor and multiple subcontractors. So please note that these policies were put in place partially based off the Cigna request that was pulled due to the opposition to this request. At the time the request was placed, this was not a requirement for these estimates. Staff attempted to allow the Cigners to resubmit the application. This never occurred. The Cigners never got back to staff. To me, this is a lack of good faith. So the reason I'm talking about this tonight is the LAC was given 5 criterions to follow. I will focus on criterion 2, which states, the building or structure is deteriorated beyond repair, cannot be economically rehabilitated on the site to provide a reasonable income residential environment compared to other structures in the general area. The request from the April agenda showed the estimates were flawed. The reason policy was put into place, making a requirement for the higher dollar projects needing additional oversight. The language of vertically integrated development companies specifically. These estimates that went before the CARA are the same estimates that LAC were asked to decide if criteria 2 was met. If the City Council tonight still allows to decide demolition, it takes regard to the policy put in place as the ARA board after the Cigna request. So how can we decide if the properties are deteriorated beyond repair and cannot be economically rehabilitated if the cost estimates are not proven to be reasonable? Looking at the estimates, they are all the same for all 3 properties as stated by others. The amounts are identical in all rounded numbers. I fully understand that when you start building an old house restoration, you will always find more than what you think you will. I feel to understand what is needed for these houses, someone with expertise in restoration field would be better suited. We have great resources in Albany that we're not taking advantage of when this estimating restoration costs. So the handout that I gave you shows a couple properties, one directly across the street from the Calipulia property that was completely deteriorated. You know, the only thing that was there was studs, siding, and some of the windows. The other property in the Hackelman district, which belongs to Rich and Caitlin, I can tell you, I lived in my neighborhood before they purchased that property and walked my dog by that property every night, and there was nothing left of that property either. They had to replace windows, there was no doors. The siding, I think, was salvageable. That house was very, very in poor condition. Looking at the properties myself today, they're all vastly different condition from the outside. The Calipulia property has all original windows except for one slider on the back side. All siding looks to be original based off the uneven millwork. The thin mouchins in the window are indicative of 1860. Page 73 of today's docket says, quoting SHPO, 331 Calipulia has 6x6 paned windows that were typically used before 1870. So in my opinion, Mark Cigner has not proven the buildings cannot be economically rehabilitated. I will read a couple more things from page 151 on your packet in regards to the Calipulia property. A list of the Code Compliance Department from May 1st, 2017 of the problems with the property, which are all kind of people problems, not so much the building itself. So noxious vegetation, weeds, tall grass, rodent harborage, holes in the basement that lead outside need to be repaired to protect from rodent entry, exterior walls exposed surfaces, so that means bare wood, roof and drainage, shingle holes that need to be replaced, chimney and towers, chimney needs to be inspected. I doubt whether that ever occurred, glazing, cracked windows which still exist. Openable windows are painted shut. All doors need to have proper weather stripping, interior surfaces, interior dampness, habitable spaces, bedrooms and basements. common hallways, the lighting, supply and cooling, stairwell inside and outside, heat supply, electrical system hazards, and then lighting fixtures. So to me, this doesn't sound like it's, it's a lot of people stuff. I believe that they took many, many yards of debris out of that house. So I'm not sure how many people have been inside the Calipulia property to look to the interior of it, but I don't think that was ever offered to any of us. At the Landmarks Commission meeting, he did mention that he would have loved to take people inside the building, but that was never offered to us. So I have a letter from Restore Oregon dated today that I would like to put into the record. It's from Peggy, who runs Restore Oregon, the executive director. Restore Oregon is a 503c3 nonprofit organization working statewide to preserve, reuse, and pass forward the historic places that make our community livable and sustainable. We urge the Albany City Council to reject the demolition proposal for the following reasons. The homes are not beyond repair, and our extensive experience claims that repairs are economically unfeasible, need to be questioned with an unbiased assessment provided by preservation experts who have no economic interest in the property. Our exterior observations of the houses indicate that they are in a sorry state, but there are many examples of similar condition being restored successfully. Negative impact on our district, a key asset of our city. It is by its very nature, a historic district is a collective whole. When you remove a significant portion of the contributing properties, you significantly diminish the integrity of the entire district and the important story it tells. And then thirdly, this sets a terrible precedent. Clearly, the owner of these properties allowed them to deteriorate. By rewarding this bad behavior, the city would enable and encourage more instances of demolish by neglect as a strategy for circumventing reasonable protections established by the city. Albany has long demonstrated great vision in its stewardship of historic resources in its main street, setting an example for other communities. Restore Oregon hopes that stewardship includes the Monteith Historic District in these homes. We further encourage the city to consider adopting an anti-blight, demolish by neglect ordinance to avoid similar situations in the future. And then just, the last thing that I would like to say is, I personally don't believe that we own these historic homes. We are merely caretakers for the time that we inhabit them. So, I think that's all.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Bill and Bessie?
David, one of your comments when you were reading that letter said that the owner let the property deteriorate.
I think she's referring to the previous owners.
Probably the previous two owners.
Yeah, the other thing to note that people have mentioned, why doesn't somebody buy these houses? Look at this county records, they were never for sale. In fact, when they purchased these houses, they were not for sale. They approached the owners to negotiate a price. And I will say that the changes to the zoning probably had something to do with it. So we have passed and approved urban zoning districts last year that allows lesser offsets for these properties because they are in that zone, meaning that you can get more square footage on a smaller slab of land. And these being as one tax zone, I think that's a huge incentive to purchase them for $85,000, them being zoned that way and putting up something that's much more profitable than restoring these houses.
Another question, using your words, this budget's not reasonable.
That's not for me to decide. I've just heard from other people.
It's in you just read it. It's in your email.
Well, I'm going to refer back to the email that went around to the CARA board does everybody remember this email before it was pulled? We were actually sent the docket. We were told to shred it. Does that ring a bell?
remember a lot of things about that.
Huh? So anyway, it was on the docket, and, it was that April 17th meeting, it was discussed that those were inflated, not by me, but by others, and it was brought up by people who do this for a living on the CARA board, that these estimates weren't bloated.
I think that was the reason it was pulled off the agenda.
Right. I guess the way I interpret it, this is your wording, reasonable, and did you put together an estimate, or can you give me a little more feedback on why you think these are not reasonable?
As others said, I would agree with them. As Jolene said, I would opt for Larry for his guidance as far as what's reasonable and unreasonable, but it was brought up that, granite countertops in a rental, if you're really trying to restore the homes, for example, one thing that I noticed when I walked by today is the Calipolia house. It has broken windows. That glass is from 160 years ago. But, he purchased these almost a year ago, and they're open, they're not covered. So why would somebody do that and not cover something? If it was my house, I would have sealed that sucker up right away.
Thank you.
Missy?
First of all, the pictures that you gave us, do you know how much it costs to renovate these houses?
I do not. I believe one of the owners is going to testify this evening, the 404 Calipolia house.
So you just
Yeah,
brought
this is here.
pictures, but there's no, you have no figures, okay.
No,
And
those
then-
are just an example of very deteriorated houses that can be restored.
Right.
Like it was pointed out earlier, it takes a special somebody to want to do that. It's not to market these houses and to get somebody to purchase them if they were on the market, which they haven't been in many, many years. It's going to take the right buyer.
So then also, with the Landmark Advisory Commission, do you not ask to go, or do you not go do a site visit on these homes that you are deciding on?
If
Like,
we get
okay.
the docket, that we can drive by and do a drive-by. We were not invited. There has been projects, as the CARA board has been before, invited to properties to look at them.
But you
it's-
don't, I mean, you just do it sight unseen, basically? I
When
mean, you don't get in details?
We don't own the property, so we can't. We would have to be
But
invited.
they're coming to you for permission to do something, so
Council, you
wouldn't you
remember
look at
quasi
it?
judicial, we're supposed to always base our decisions on what we receive from our material. Just like all of our hearings that we always go through, that's why we always say, did you do a site visit when we're supposed to not do site visits?
But no, I'm just asking
Yeah.
him if
Mhm.
if they,
That would be
you said
ex
they
parte
weren't invited,
communication, which we're
but
not supposed to do.
They can do site visits, and the commission or the council can visit a site and look at a site, but the commission or the planning commission, the landmarks commission, the planning commission, whoever, as a whole group, they don't go into buildings and look at the buildings. To do that, it would be a public meeting in of itself. We'd have to have noticing requirements and make it open to the public. So what the commissioners can do is that they can go and view sites from the public right-of-way, unless they're given permission by the owner to go onto the property.
so they make decisions on nothing?
No, I think it's just like the city council tonight. You'll be making a decision without going into the building, and the planning commission will do that too. So you make a decision based on the information that's in the record.
I was just curious, because we weren't invited, so I thought, well, how can you make a decision if you don't know? But that's okay.
It's kind of the same as us tonight. We aren't able to go inside either. We have to base our decision on what's in front of us.
That's okay. I understand that.
Rich?
You have to explain.
You mentioned CARA changing their policy. I guess I find that horrendously unfair.
Okay.
And the reason is, when the Signers came to CARA, they did what CARA asked of them to do.
Correct.
Which is, they came up with numbers. There were others who were vertically integrated. We had not talked about that. The changing, I say we, CARA era, had not talked about whether or not that was reasonable or not in any fine form. We made the decision afterwards. And I find it...
Well, it was never presented to us.
Well, the point there being, how do you hold somebody accountable for not doing the new policy when the new policy wasn't in effect?
I don't.
Well, you inferred that there was something wrong with it, and that's unfair.
No, what I'm saying is that as a result of this particular situation, it was re-looked at, and they did
That was
not
one of
take any
many.
steps. They didn't take any steps to resubmit.
That was not the one that I brought it up about, but
Well, let's
that's
not-
not here or there. You
Let's
are
not
incorrect
debate
in your
Kara.
assumption, sir.
On Kara's policy, let's try to get
Bottom
moving
line.
on this, yeah.
I just find that when you complain that they're not doing something,
I'm just
and that's
reading
wrong
the
now,
documentation
it
that
wasn't
I have.
wrong then. And so the inference is not a good one.
And let's try to refrain, counsel, from this being a debate. The public has the right to state their opinions, so that's what we're here for, is to listen. So,
Your Honor, I gotta ask,
but-
if the speaker brings it up and we want, I mean, we have, he mentions Kara, can we not ask it, like, to elaborate on it or something?
Well, you can't, I just, seen with the time, and we've got people still wanting to speak, Kara is a total different issue than what we've got in front of us
Well, he brought
tonight.
it up. Why did it-
So,
Yeah,
so let's
so-
not debate Kara's,
Okay.
policy
Well,
on
we're
that, but, I mean,
Yes, ma'am.
David was making a point about the process that took place on Kara, but what, if we want to
The
debate
main
a
point was
policy,
that
yeah.
it was pulled from the agenda, and that's really why he's saying that he cannot fix up the houses. That's the
Right.
point.
Yeah.
So there was issues there, I think. Would we all agree with that? I mean, why was it pulled? So obviously there was a
We can't ask
problem.
questions now.
And Dick, I think you had a question?
Yeah. Thank you for bringing this picture, particularly one of 404 Calhoun. I live close to these houses, and walking by through that neighborhood, I used to think that was the worst possible, the worst house in the neighborhood. And,
Personally, when I see that-
I was amazed when, I think it was Tony Nova, got a hold of it somehow and reconditioned it, and what a beautiful house.
Yeah, and when I look at that corner lot, the California lot, I see so much potential in it. I don't see what probably a lot of people see. I don't see that.
Okay, anything
you.
else? All right, thank you, David. Next is Chet Hauser.
We're going to do a duo.
Okay.
Chet Hauser, Monteith Historical Society. The Monteith House is located at 518 2nd Street Southwest.
And my name is Dayla Rouse, and Chet is the president, I'm the vice president. I live at 432 Burkhart Street Northeast, and the city knows that very well. Go ahead.
So, given the time, the OAR talks about historical significance. I think we've addressed that with the testimony so far. I just want to add on value to the community, one of the assessment things. On the home tours, we average 600 to 1,000 people. The parlor tour would be about the same number. I recently did a tour group that was on a bus that had come out from Minnesota. So, as H.H. said in the editorial, we could be a wide spot in the road if it weren't for some of the historical districts we have. We think it's important we preserve it. We've done some research, and we believe that that house on Calapooya at one time belonged to Dr. Hill. Speaking as your representative to try to preserve the historical part of Albany, we are vitally concerned about preserving one of the last remaining houses that was built before 1860. Our records show about 1858, 1859. Architectural look at the windows and things seem to confirm that. As to the comment about the Monteith House, all of the windows are historically accurate. We had a PhD from the University of Oregon in architecture that told us, and they're all 6 by 6, so I don't know who thinks the windows are wrong, but since it was recorded in public testimony, I want to make sure the Monteith House goes on record as being the most historically accurate house in the state of Oregon. Anyone?
I was on the city council when we approved the historic districts, and one of the reasons why we approved the 3 historic districts, the city had hired a planner from, I believe it was Georgia, and I believe her name was Ruth Gonzalez, but I'm not absolutely sure. And we always looked at the houses, and, you know, they're kind of not a real asset. They're old, and, you know, maybe you ought to tear them down and all this other stuff and build something new and make it look better. Well, she pointed out that we don't realize what an asset the older houses are in our district or in our city, and she encouraged us to apply for the historic districts. And presently, we have the second largest collection of older houses in the state of Oregon. The only other city that has more than we do is Portland. So if you were to compare us to Portland, we're right up there at the top. In the Monteith Historic District, we have 13 different architectural styles. That is very unheard of in such a small area. This house is a contributing part of the Monteith Historic District, the Kalapuya house is. And as Chet mentioned, the houses were owned at one time by Dr. Hill. The Monteith house was one time owned by Dr. Hill. Dr. Hill was responsible for moving the Monteith house because originally the Monteith faced Washington Street. And as far as what the estimates are for fixing up these houses, I would have to ask Mike, whose company put a heat pump in the Monteith house, and I don't remember what it cost, but maybe he does. We recently, or the last few years, we decided to put a heat pump in the house so that we can keep all of the artifacts at the same temperature all of the time. We have authentic Thomas Monteith artifacts in the house that were given to us from his niece that lives in Washington. We only had to go and get them. So we have a bedroom set, and we have many other other pieces of furniture that we have in the house. And the windows in the back don't look like the same ones that are in the front, but they are authentically reproduced. They found an authentic window in a shed when they were restoring the Monteith house, and that is what it was duplicated by a company in Eugene. So the windows in the back do look different in the kitchen. Originally, the house they cut the lumber for the house in 1849. They started the house in 1848, excuse me, the boards were cut. In 1849, they started the house. In 1850, they finished it. The house is owned by the city, and the interesting thing is that the property owner that owned the Monteith house wanted to sell the house so that if you would move it, so he could build something else. And instead of moving it, the city council decided, with Dick's help, he was on the city council at the time, to purchase the land and leave the Monteith house where it is. This is the second location of the Monteith house, not the first location. The first time it faced Washington, now it faces 2nd Street. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and so would Chet.
Okay, any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, great.
I have one other question. One of the things, or not question, but comment, one of the reasons we established the 3 historic districts were, prior to doing that, we lost many of the buildings downtown. Where I went to beauty college and actually graduated from beauty college, is now a parking lot on First Street. We had a hotel, when I first moved here, we had a hotel that was still operating on the corner, several stories high, in fact, on the corner of Lyon and Second Street. We used to have meetings once in a while in a restaurant that's right down from that particular area, and those are all parking lots. Since that time, since we established the historic districts, we've lost very few houses and very few buildings downtown. And so it's more of an asset to keep the historic buildings than it is a liability.
Point, yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you, Dale and Chad. Next is Bernadette.
Hello again. Bernadette Niederer, 16 11th Avenue Southwest. I wanted to mention that my preference here at the end of this would be that the City Council deny the demolition of these three houses per the Oregon Administrative Rule 6600-023-0200. Failing that, I support the LAC's decision to delay demolition for 365 days to allow everyone ample time to explore alternatives to demolition. I believe alternatives can be found that will yield a reasonable return on investment, maybe not a maximum return. I am a historic preservation consultant in my regular life. One of the things that I feel the Stigners have failed at is, or don't quite understand, is the process of historic preservation. They do not seem to have explored any alternatives to funding these projects beyond CARA. And some of their testimony made me wonder about how much they understand. There was a comment regarding SHPO decertifying these houses when what SHPO did is SHPO removed these houses from special assessment because the owners at the time were not compliant. What special assessment is, which could be a huge benefit for the Stigners, is a property tax freeze. And especially since earlier owners abandoned the special assessment program, they would still be eligible for it. For a 10 or even 15-year freeze of property taxes, which could help fund the process. Other tax credit programs they could be eligible for, if this is to be an income-producing building, they would be eligible for the federal tax program, which is a 20%, it saves the owner 20% of the cost of rehabilitation through federal income tax credits. There are several grant programs that they could be eligible for, including SHPO's SHPO's Preserving Oregon Grants Program, SHPO's Diamonds in the Rough program, and also building code leniency might make this project pencil out easier than they anticipate and that they did not explore. That is it.
Okay, all right, any questions? Okay, thank you. Great information, thank you. David Pinyard.
Hello, my name is David Pinyard, P-I-N-Y-E-R-D, and I live at 1116 11th Avenue Southwest here in Albany. I am a former Landmarks member, a former vice president of the group, and I'm a historic preservation consultant also. I've got a statement to read, and then I have a few facts that came up earlier that I can maybe clear up, because I have done this for a living for 25 years. It's been asked why no one came forward sooner with these houses in such disrepair, and one answer is there was not a threat or a perception of a threat to the buildings themselves. First, concerns are raised by neighbors and authorities for the health and welfare of the people residing there. As a result, the buildings were flagged as unsuitable for living. Immediately, the buildings were purchased by a developer. The developer came to the City of Albany Landmarks Commission touting plans to restore the buildings. Restoring the buildings on their original location among neighboring historic buildings is the ideal preservation circumstance. Therefore, there was no cause for concern. The plans of the developer changed and a request was made for a demolition permit. At this point, the Landmarks Commission and the community were alerted to the current circumstances. Neighbors and friends have since joined together to support the Landmarks Commission and help maintain the integrity of the historic district. Preserving the historic homes as presented would not allow the developer to make a profit on his investment. This is unfortunate, but is not tragic. Developers are subject to market conditions and poor decisions. Developers are often bound by covenants, CC&Rs, which by definition are limits and rules placed on a group of homes by a builder, neighborhood association, or homeowners association. The Secretary of the Interior standards for historic preservation are similar to CC&Rs in a development with the intention of promoting responsible preservation practices that help protect our nation's irreplaceable cultural resources. There are consequences of disregarding the standards for historic preservation, just as there are consequences for disobeying CC&Rs. One of those consequences is a mandatory delay. It is not intended to put homeowners or developers in a state of financial duress. It is intended to allow for a better alternative to arise that will be more beneficial to the community. A one-year stay of demolition allows time needed to come up with viable alternatives. Ultimately, this may have been a bad investment decision, or perhaps it'll be a really good one, but the council shouldn't feel obligated to bail out a developer who has made a bad investment in an effort to turn it into a good one. Developers have the opportunity to develop all of the city and beyond. Possibilities are endless. Preservation opportunities only come up occasionally, and the inventory is extremely limited. The stay of demolition should serve as a speed bump, if nothing else, to consider alternatives that may have a better outcome for the community. A seasoned builder should know there are conditions and issues that arise in development, and navigating the rules of the Secretary of the Interior standards should be considered as well. These properties belong in the hands of a preservationist, not a developer. Ideally, the properties could be listed for sale for the amount the developer has invested thus far, and an opportunity for others to step up and follow the rules as written. There is no need to rewrite the rules for this circumstance. If the council were so inclined, perhaps you could consider offering CARA funds to reimburse the developer for the cleanup costs associated with the blight of the property. So the homes could be offered at an original price or at least a reasonable cost for a suitable buyer. Thank you. I also have a few things that came up earlier. The rarity, very first frame, 3 hours ago. The rarity is there, I looked at the SHPO database last night, and there are 237 buildings built before 1860 left in Oregon. That's buildings, that's commercial and residential, a lot of commercial. About 160 are houses built before 1860 in Oregon. There's approximately 1 million houses in Oregon. So we have about 160 built before 1860 left. To lose one is a percentage loss. And the rarity figure here earlier that was not particularly rare was assigned to it being a Western farmhouse. That is not a particularly rare style. It's the age that's rare. Also, I do historic building survey, basically looking at exterior of houses. We've heard a lot of talk about interior. The exterior is all that is ever evaluated by a historic preservation professional as we go up and down the streets. We do not go onto the property, we stay at the sidewalk. Condition today, maybe as of 2005, is no longer recorded. It is too arbitrary. You saw the excellent, good, fair, poor. Condition is not a criteria, it's integrity. It's entirely about how many original parts are left on a house, not their condition. Roof can be caving in, but it has its original windows. We consider it high integrity. And then I have one more, but that's it that I want to say.
Yeah,
any questions?
Yeah, any questions? Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Interesting, thank you, David. Okay, Jeff Heesacker.
Hi, Madam Mayor, how are you doing this evening?
Fine, thank you.
City Council. I'm probably one of the people that have the most stake in this block because I'm the only one, there's 2 owner-occupied in this block.
Can you please state your name and your address?
Yes, my name is Jeff Esacker, and I live at 320 Washington Street, which is in the alleyway in between and you can actually take a look at it on the map, and I like to see that map. I'd like to have that map brought up on the screen if I could, please, so people would know exactly where I live.
Is that option Jorge, or do you have the computer?
Because I will be discussing my property and the surrounding property.
Do you want to give Bob the address there?
It's in the packet, it's on the back side of the
Oh,
public
okay.
hearing notice.
Can you give us the page?
What?
Can you give us the page where your
Yeah,
property is?
the final page is page 1, 2, 3, page 4. It's the colored page on the back.
Oh, I was thinking maybe it was in there.
Oh, so it's under in the council packet? Yeah.
Okay. I live at 320 Washington Street, which is the small house. I just purchased about the same time the Signers did. I paid $89,500 for my small house. He paid $85,000 for 3 big, huge houses. So there's quite a disparity there. And I bought mine at fair market value at the time. And I want to take addition to that is that Ms. Johnson said about preserving houses, and she said, I'm not sure exactly because I cannot remember, it's hard because it's been a few hours. And she said she didn't like some of the things that didn't do it. I don't like some of the building permits that I have to get. And I was forced to get those building permits because the electrical in my house is completely gone at this particular point. I don't even have overhead lights for 4 of my rooms out of the 5 that I have in them. So preserving is what my ultimate goal is to preserve my house that I just purchased. Several things were wrong in the house. I went out and actually purchased a full, complete report on the house. I had somebody go in and look at it. And the Signers haven't. They haven't showed me or demonstrated that full and complete engineering report either that I've seen. I haven't seen a full impact study for the city, what the city's putting out for the property if he goes to demolition. The city might not have anything, but there's always cost to the city of what it is. And that's also too I had not seen. And the same with the comprehensive plan. I was a planner at one time for another small city, which was Almsville.
Right.
And we had our comprehensive plan that we had to follow. And that, of course, at that time in '96, there was really not much historical houses in Albany. In Almsville. But I had to follow the plan, what was presented to me in that planning commission meeting, all the criteria and everything else that followed with that. And I did go to the meeting on the Landmarks Commission, and the vote was 4-1, and let the state to go back to 365 days so people can make a comprehensive plan and make sure and preserve these homes, which I'm trying to do in mine. Like I said, I am one of 2 people that have a majority stake in this block. And what I'm talking about is I'm not putting back granite countertops and all this other stuff they've been talking about to make it profitable. Why do I need to make my house profitable? If he sold them back and he sold each individual one, let's say he sold each individual one for $50,000, he would make his profit back in a very short time, and then people could preserve them. But he hasn't brought that up yet. And also I wanted to go back to the the safety of the neighborhood. The Signers haven't put up any fences to keep anybody out of the houses. They boarded up, but they didn't put any fences in them. So they're not in an immediate collapse. If somebody was to have a building like myself, if I knew my roof was going to immediately collapse and collapse in on anybody, I would surely move out and then have a fence surrounding the house so nobody would get into it and make sure they got hurt. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping around a little bit on that, on some of these things, and I apologize for that. Because I'm very passionate, because like I said, I am one of the stakeholders in this block. And the other thing too, is also on this block here, 318 and 323 are owned by the Wallaces on this block. So I am right in between the Wallaces, and they are a contractor, and they are a builder also too. And since I have not heard from Mr. Nelson, who owns 515, I would assume he has no stake in the property either because he rents it out to college students at this time. So the Signers, and this is what I'm getting at, is what really the punchline is when you look at the block, you have 318, which is a historic house, historic contributing, my house at 320, which is historic contributing, 323, which is historic contributing on the same block, and the Signers property, which is 331, 533, and 525 on the 4th Street, and 515, which is Mr. Nelson's house. Now, I was approached. I was also looking too, at the same time, looking back through your packets. Back in 07, 08, in that time period, you let the structure go in for the low-income housing on the corner of 3rd and Calapooya. You know, the big 4-story building.
Riverview Place.
Do you remember that, Riverview Place?
Yeah, Riverview.
I hope the council remembers Riverview Place.
Mm-hmm.
That same structure could go exactly where we're sitting, where we're talking about tonight. If the city council does not take action and look at it and give that 365 days and make sure that people in this neighborhood can actually look at it and do it, because Riverview Place could sit there at this block if you destroy those 3 places all at the same time. I'm asking you to at least save 331, because I've looked at it, I've been in the neighborhood, I've walked around there. I think 331 can be saved. It's got a small driveway. I would certainly love it. I would certainly work on fixing my house up and then try to fix that one up too, if I had the opportunity to. But the Signers have never come and talked to me. They've never said, hey, welcome to the neighborhood. I just bought in the neighborhood too. So I'm not sure what all their plans are. And also too, the spot between 320 and 323, he's talking about putting a garage and a house above that, and I'm going like, wait a minute here, that's been a vacant field since probably the dawn of time, since Albany was actually conformed with all the houses around there. That's been vacant. There's been no buildings on there. There might have been a couple of outbuildings that have been destroyed on there, but that was way before I think anybody in the city council has ever been here, you know. So what I'm looking at is I could possibly have a 4-story building right next to my house. So I would urge the city council to relook at this, and because with the historic overlay, it's right now it's got it's a downtown mixed use with a historic overlay instead of the historic overlay first, which is a historic district, and then came down with the downtown mixed use. That would be a totally different thing. We'd be talking about something totally different here if we had it reversed, which would preserve the historic district. But right now, the downtown mixed use is going to go first as priority. So the Signers and the Wallaces could actually come together and make a 4-story building right there and have no problems with it. And the same way, like I said, with the other houses, they're down there, downtown. Now, like I said, we're still only trying to, he wants to demo all 3 of them at the same time. Why does he want to do that? Well, that's why I'm saying this is a perfect example why I'm thinking that the four-story could go in there and very possibly change the whole downtown look that hasn't been, that needs to get reviewed. Because if he's going to want all four, all three houses, and the Walsons get together, wish, hey, if I thought about it, the two contractors have already thought about it, and I've already, and may have talked, may have not have talked, I don't know. So what I'm saying is I'm saying that those two people more than likely have talked.
Okay.
And he's leaving down, and the walls, excuse me,
Hey, Jack. Jack?
Yeah.
Jack, I appreciate your input, but I got to tell you, the majority of what you're saying is not going to be applicable to my decision-making.
Well, I'm talking about
You're all over the map.
situation. No, what I'm talking about is the financial, what is in the criteria.
Well, Madam Mayor?
Right.
What he's saying is incorrect, because it has to go back to landmarks in
Yes.
order for anything.
I do understand
So that's
that.
not going to happen.
I do understand that. You say it may not happen, it's not going to happen, but it may happen.
Ask landmarks.
Well,
I don't think it'll happen.
So Jeff.
I'm just
Right.
saying it may happen.
Yeah. So.
But what I'm saying is they're not all deteriorated and beyond repair and cannot be saved. That is one of the criteria that I'm talking about.
Okay. All right.
And I'm trying to keep it in perspective.
Right. Thank you.
And I agree with the landmarks decision, and that's why I was at the landmarks decision. I think we do need to have a state of 365, so everybody can talk about this more and put more input and get more, and get more of a clarifying decision instead of the city council or one or two of the city council members ganging up on the landmarks commission and chastising them. It was in 96, the city council usually worked with the planning commission. They all worked together when we worked in Almsville. We all worked together and we all talked about everything and we worked things together.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. So, okay. And then last I have down is Cameron Settlemyer.
My name is Cameron Settlemyer, Settlemeier. I live at 237th Avenue, Southwest, Albany, Oregon, in the Monteith National Historic District. When I purchased my home in the Monteith Historic District, I did so intentionally. I wanted to live in a neighborhood of historic houses, a community with a sense of time and place, a place with heritage, a place that was not just another building, but a home. I have lived in several other communities, but this place, the National Historic District, with some of the best historic residential architecture in the state, is special. When you bulldoze historic buildings, not only do you destroy their story, you diminish the value of the entire district. All three homes are listed on the National Historic Register, contributing to the Monteith Historic District. The historic integrity of a house should not be confused with the overall condition of the house. Integrity relates to the original design and features from the period of significance, not condition. When the district was created in 1980, each of the three houses was reported as having fair historic integrity. The reason being that during the initial historic survey of the homes, the period of significance of the district was limited from 1849 to 1945. With few exterior modifications since 1945. Let's see, hang on. These houses were modified in the 1920s, so accordingly, the Fair Historic Integrity label. In 2000, the period of significance for the Monteith District was made more inclusive, changing from 1915 to 1945.
With few exterior modifications since 1945, these houses now have high historic integrity. Sidings, porches, windows date from the period of significance. Removal from the SHPO Special Assessment Program was related only to the lack of maintenance, not modifications that changed the historic integrity. The historic designation has never been removed. Only the Special Assessment Program, which is for tax purposes. That's separate. Also, the home at 331 Calapooya Street is listed on the National Register as constructed in 1858, 160 years ago, 1 year before statehood. Not only does this mean it is one of the oldest houses in Albany, it is one of the oldest extant houses in the entire state. According to Restore Oregon, Pioneer constructed over 4,600 buildings in the Willamette Valley from the 1840s to 1865. Of these, only a small fraction, 5.5%, remain, a little over 200. And many of those are commercial structures, not houses or barns. The combination of its exceptional age and historic integrity make it one of the most important homes in a historic district. Albany Municipal Code, Chapter 2.76 states that the Landmarks Advisory Council was created to effect and accomplish the protection, enhancement, perpetuation of improvements in districts which represent or reflect elements of the city's cultural, social, economic, political, and architectural history. This is done by deciding cases solely on municipal code that protects my neighborhood, code that protects me. I value Landmark's volunteer service to the community. For the case at hand, both the staff report and the Landmark Council correctly determined that the demolition request does not meet any of the 5 applicable criteria of Albany Development Code 7.330. Criterion 1 is that no prudent or feasible alternative exists. The only option presented was using CARA money and renting as single-family homes. $500,000 CARA loan plus $500,000 CARA grant. This was above the 50-50 public-private partnership level required by CARA. What about a more reasonable CARA amount? What about non-traditional bank loans? For example, a 203K rehab loan. It's not offered by most mortgage lenders, but it can be done. I did it to restore a house with a leaking roof, broken windows, and deferred maintenance. Has adaptive reuse of apartments been explored? Low-income housing grants, SHPO grants. If you love historic houses, why not offer to sell the properties with the land to someone interested in their restoration? I've never seen these properties listed for sale. I know of at least one licensed general contractor interested in looking at the property for restoration. Is it possible to split the lot into 3 and then sell the 3 houses separately for homeowners to restore? Some homeowners can do it much cheaper with sweat equity. Also, I just handed out a spreadsheet. Take a closer look at the numbers presented by the applicant. Applicant states that each house will suspiciously take the exact same amount to repair, $355,850. Applicant states that the average existing home in Albany is currently selling for $169 a square foot, and the structures are approximately 1,500 to 1,700 square feet in size, with a restored market price of $253,000 to $287,000. But a glaring error is that the $355,000 cost includes making living spaces of the basements, increasing the value of the houses. From the CARA application, it states the basements are unfinished and lack the heights to finish into livable space without elevating each structure a minimum of 18 inches. And then later, starting at the basement, the homes need to be lifted to increase the basement height. If you use the conservative county assessor's numbers for living space, it shows a combined living space of the 3 structures at 3,750 square feet. The basement sizes, per the Lynn County Assessor site, are a total of 2,725 square feet. Per the proposal, the applicant making this living space as part of the $355,000 renovation of each home, this means there will be a total of 6,475 feet of livable space after renovation. 6,475 times $169 a square foot means a market value of $1,094,275, which is a profit of $27,401. If you use the applicant's square footage estimate, the profit margin is even larger. The same thing with the value used on the construction loan to value. It did not consider any increase in value of the house from increased square footage from the cost of the construction to do that. Only a single option is presented, and the only option presented actually shows up as a feasible option. Both the staff report and the landmarks decision are correct. Criterion 1 is not met. Criterion 2 states the house must be deteriorated beyond repair. Very little information was provided by the applicant to justify the houses are beyond repair. No interior photos were provided. Just because a house is not habitable for sanitary reasons does not make it beyond repair. No competitive bids from contractors were presented. How can 3 different houses have the exact same repair cost for every same line item? The costs presented for the line items are undocumented, bloated, or unnecessary. Applicant states, if you would ask yourself if you have put a new roof on your own home this year, how much did it cost? Well, I put a new roof on my home this summer with a steeper slope in the same approximate area. The cost was $9,500 by a licensed local contractor, well below the $15,000 listed in the applicant's spreadsheet. While a little more money may be required for plywood replacement, it needs to be noted that any repairs to the roof trusses, rafters is already covered as a separate line item cost estimate. Also, when the contractor did my roof for $9,500, that was my cost, not his. My contractor had a profit margin built into the bid, as that is what he does for a living. So a line item of $15,000 is going to be double the actual cost of a contractor doing the work for themselves. Why is $3,000 in excavation and drain piping required per house? $2,000 for sidewalks and $10,000 for doors per house. No evidence was provided. Why is $15,000 per house for windows required? Evidence was not provided. I have had broken panes replaced in 2 of the houses I have purchased. Repair is often much cheaper than replacement. Are $5,000 worth of lighting fixtures, not including the electrical, really required per home for a house that's presented as a rental? Is $10,500 worth of countertops with ceramic tile or granite really necessary for a rental? If you're doing a large single-family resident with granite countertops, the market rate is going to be more than $1,400 a month. You can do them much cheaper if you're not doing it as granite. It also includes $45,000 for landscaping a single lot. For a rental, there's moving and demo at $10,000 plus cleanup and dumpsters, $15K per house, $75,000 for the lot. And while this may require more cleanup than a typical home, I can't see $75,000 of cleanup. Restoration without raising a basement was never explored. Would it be more cost effective to not raise them? Has an analysis been done on the value versus cost for raising versus leaving them at the same level, so the stairs and porches do not have to be redone to match? There is no cost estimate for what the minimum requirement is to make each structure sound and pass code. I also want to mention 627 5th Avenue Southeast, Albany, Oregon, is an example of a house not beyond repair. In the fall of 2011, fire extensively damaged the roof, backside, and interior of this house. There was heavy smoke damage on the first floor. The interior of the top floor was destroyed by flames, and there was water damage throughout. The Google Street View shows tarps over the holes in the roof shortly after the fire. But if you drive by today, you'll see a beautiful historic home, lovingly restored. It can be done. Both the staff report and the landmarks decision are correct. Criterion 2 has not been met. Criterion 3 states the public need for new use must outweigh preserving the subject buildings. No demonstrated new use was presented. Any new use will never outweigh the historic contributions provided by preserving the 3 historic buildings. Indeed, 331 California Street is potentially one of only a handful of buildings still surviving in the entire state from the pioneer era, before statehood. Criterion 3 is not met. Criterion 4 states the proposed development, if any, is compatible with the surrounding area. There are no details of a proposed development, only a general concept of multifamily row houses. Multifamily row houses are not compatible with the Monteith Historic District. There were no multifamily row houses in the Monteith District, nor anywhere else in Albany during the period of significance, 1849 to 1945. Criterion 4 is not met. Criterion 5 is not met because there is no proposal for moving. The conclusion is the applicant has not met a single criterion. Both the staff report and the landmarks decision affirm this. To say the criteria are not met, but then turn around and give approval with conditions does not make sense. If the criteria are not met, it needs to be denied. Therefore, per Oregon Administrative Rule 660-023-02008A, the demolition request should be outright denied.
Okay. All
I'd
right,
ask you,
questions?
again, that house that you presented that was redone, do you know the cost that it took to redo it?
The one I did the 2 or 3K loan on,
No, the one that you said that you went by that was burned and
that was
stuff?
the one that Larry did. I don't know the exact cost of that. It was significantly less than what was presented
Yeah,
here.
I mean, it's
less than
nice,
half.
it's nice to show the pretty pictures and stuff, but if you don't know the cost, then,
Well, but it shows that it can be done.
Well, sure it
shows
can
it's
be done.
possible. It shows that they're not beyond rehabilitation, which is one of the criteria.
as long as you got the money.
What's that?
It says as long as you've got the money, or if you, I mean, but you don't know that their estimates are totally off, because you don't even know what the cost of the rehabilitation of those other houses were, so.
Okay.
That's all,
Any-
thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Cameron. So that was the list that had signed up. Was there anyone else that wanted to speak on this hearing? Yes, sir. Yeah, either one of you, or you can both start coming up, yeah.
I'll try to make it quick because I see you guys all looking at the clock. I'm watching. My name's Cresta Wallace. I actually live in Lebanon at 900 Glenwood Street. My husband and I own the house directly next door to 331 Calapooya. We own 323 Southwest Calapooya. My husband purchased that house in 1995. Had we been together at the time, I would have said, hell no. He has a vision, and I trust his vision 100%. The neighborhood at the time was terrible. The houses across the street were vacant. The train would stop, the hobos would get off, and then they would go occupy the houses that were across the street. He moved into the home after purchasing it. Probably shouldn't have. No heat, had to do electrical, plumbing, etc. It still wasn't done when we got married. We lived there, we restored it. There's still things that we could do. We do own it still, we have it as a rental. It can be done. He's a contractor. You have the skill, you can do it. Can I give you an amount of money? No, it's not comparable when you have to pay someone to do it versus doing it yourself. That neighborhood has improved significantly over the 20-some years since he purchased the house. I have watched the houses across the street improve significantly. When I drive by there, I see landscaping that has been done. Whoever owns those homes, I don't know, but they obviously had a vision. I've watched, I don't know their names, I know they're here, I believe they own Emma Downtown. We watched them purchase that house and make it what it is now. They obviously had a vision. Things can be done with time and patience, and it's not cheap, but it can be done. That neighborhood has improved significantly. Those 3 houses have always been in the condition they have been in. It's not the house's fault. We're punishing the structure. We should not be punishing the structure. There's nobody to punish in this case. When Tom owned the house next to us, it was like it. That's how it was. They've become worse over the years. It's not their fault. I don't hear a lot of advocation tonight for the other 2 houses on 4th Street. I hear a lot of advocation for Calapooia Street. I think that's something worth looking into. I think that there are options, and maybe they're not interested in particularly restoring that home. Maybe we are, you know? I'm not saying that we could. We've never seen the inside, but it's something that we have, over the years, talked about, and my husband's talked about, even before all of this was happening. The estimates for those 3 homes, exactly the same, those are inflated. I'll use the word crazy. I think it's crazy. My husband built our home in Brownsville. Beautiful, beautiful home. Professional gourmet kitchen, gorgeous countertops. 5-bedroom, huge home. I miss that home. We sold it and moved to Lebanon. I can tell you the granite and the countertops from my gourmet kitchen did not cost what one of these tiny homes would cost, what they're saying would cost. And for a rental. Cameron brings up good points for a rental. I don't know any house that would have $3,000 closet shelves for a rental. We have several rentals ourselves. A pole, a simple pole, and perhaps a shelf is significant. I know that Mark said that the neighborhood deserves something classy. I've seen the 2 duplexes that I believe they're the ones that built on 2nd, and I'm not sure what the cross street is. Those are beautiful homes, and I think they did a fantastic job.
Madison.
Madison, yeah. Beautiful. I've not seen the inside, I've seen the outside. Beautiful. Classy. Doesn't really fit in with the neighborhood, and I don't know what their vision is for the row houses, or even if they were to restore these houses and make them classy. Does the neighborhood deserve something classy? I don't know that I would use the word classy, but I do think it deserves a restoration. I'm advocating simply for looking more so at the Calapooia house, because I don't hear a lot of support necessarily for the other 2. I'm not advocating for a demolition of them either. But what I'm stating is I hear a lot of support verbally for the Calapooia house. I am interested to, and I'm not going to ask them because they'd have to come back up here, but I would like to know in their mind if they believe one of the houses is in better shape than the other, because it almost seems like maybe they do, and maybe that's the Calapooia house. And as far as the money part of it, money doesn't grow on trees, although we really all wish it would. It takes an investment, and investment doesn't turn a profit overnight. We certainly are experiencing that with the homes that we've purchased and turned around. We haven't flipped them to sell them, but we do keep them as rentals. We're not making bank on those. Over time, will we make bank? No, but it's not, it takes time. It takes time, it takes patience, and there are alternative options out there. That's all I have.
All right, questions? All right, thank you, Crystal. Thank you. And-
Krista.
Oh, Krista, I'm sorry, yeah. Yes, sir.
Good evening, my name is Chad Robinson, 1107 10th Avenue Southwest. I've been in Albany since 2004. I own a home in the urban growth boundary, but not in the city. And a few years back, I made the decision to move into downtown after the terrific renovation that we saw downtown, the influx of restaurants and businesses. I'm very happy to live here, raise my daughter in this town. I will say that I am acquainted with Mr. Signer from formerly selling wood products, as well as some of the people I see in this room. Also, very good friends with Larry Preston. I'm glad he left because I'm going to disagree with him a little bit. When I read on Haas O'Haring's blog about who had bought the property in question, I immediately, excitedly texted my friend, who's a real estate investor, and said, great, we're going to get something nice. I don't know how many people in this room have seen some of the projects that Mr. Signer has done. They're always top quality. There was a house that was the victim of arson after it sat derelict for some number of years, very close to where I currently live. He bought that and put a very nice house with a detached secondary dwelling in it, vastly improving that part of the neighborhood. So I would very much like to see somebody, if we save these houses or not, of his quality of workmanship improving downtown. We could easily have an out-of-state investor, like we have over by the water plant, doing shoddy construction, renting the houses out as cheaply as he can refurb them. We've made special dispensation to use subpar materials in those houses, and we're getting subpar workmanship, and it's a little dicey when you go to walk down to Bryant Park because of the tenants in those houses. That's not what we need downtown. We need quality construction. And for all the people that take issue with how much he's willing to spend, I'd applaud him. He could do this quick and dirty. He could do this much cheaper. That's not the kind of projects that he does. We don't need Hayden homes downtown. We need quality work. We've spent a lot of money downtown. We could easily see somebody from out of state snatching up this land with the resources to hire a lawyer and fight this, putting something substandard down there. I really take issue with the way we have heard tonight, people assuming motivations behind somebody like that who's been building in our community for a long time. I don't have any financial stake in this. I wasn't asked to speak tonight. I'm just somebody who was, for a little while, really excited to see who bought that piece of property downtown. So I really urge everybody to consider, we could have it a lot worse. We could have something going in there that was just slammed up by an out-of-state investor who just wants to make money on it. That's not what he's trying to do. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Question, yeah.
If I can say one more thing. My 7-year-old daughter asked that we do something about the Cumberland Church.
Oh, good.
Question
You
for
guys
you.
have some of the
Question for you.
supporters over there, so.
Yeah, what do you strongly disagree with Larry's presentation?
We're assuming a lot of things about the cost of the restoration on these houses, and we're coming up with figures that could be unrealistic even at a budget restoration. And to do a quality restoration like what's been proposed could easily reach the kind of numbers we're seeing.
But he's saying that that won't pencil out.
He's saying it won't pencil out without assistance. I think most of the historic homes that we see downtown that are restored to a high level were not done by investors. They were passion projects by individual homeowners. Yes. You're not going to find too many investors who want to do this quality work. And we could get somebody in there who has all the passion and none of the funds, and then we could see this property languish for another 20 years. We could get stuck in a quagmire like we're stuck in with the Cumberland Church.
All right. Thank you, Chad. Is there anyone else that wanted to comment on, for this public hearing? Okay, all right. With that, does the applicant have any rebuttal testimony?
I appreciate Chad anyway, and the rest of us kind of feel like I'm going to the Sierra Club asking for a logging permit or something like this, but, you know, I think the big question is, are our figures bloated or out of line? And, you know, they've asked, you know, $3,000 for excavation and drain piping around the home. If those basements leak, you need to put some drainage around those and get it out to the street, and that's easily spent. Foundation and elevating 20,000, we had a bid for 30. So I could go through each of these numbers and kind of tell you what I'm thinking. You know, I think Larry Preston asked Mike about the heating of 17,000. Well, if you have to put a system down in the basement, that could be a $5,000 system, and then the main floor, 2 floors, could be a $12,000 system, adding to the 17. So I could answer any question you have of these numbers, and I do feel that they're accurate. But someone might buy a BMW, and somebody might buy a Hyundai, and it's still a car. And one might have cost more, and is that wrong or right? I don't feel like I should be accused of bloating a number in my estimation that are factual and consistent with what we would do. So those are...
Question, how can you possibly come up with exactly the same for every line item for all 3 different houses? That doesn't seem like it's even humanly possible to do that.
You know, you've got a good point, and I think some other people have asked that same question. These are an estimate, and we may be $1,000 short on one, and we might be $1,000 high on another one, but we have tried to say that all 3 of these homes need everything. You know, they all need a new heat system, they all need a new electrical system. So those one's 200 square feet less, so yeah, potentially it should be a little less cost, but they all need almost 100% of everything. So that's kind of my rationale, you know. We could adjust one, you know, $10,000 and add $10,000 to another, but when we were originally coming to Kara, they wanted some spreadsheet, and this is what we gave to them. Now, I know it's getting late, I could, you know, answer other people's questions, but, you know, if you have more, I would love to hear them.
Whatever you need to say.
Okay, is that it? Anything else? Okay. Does staff wish to respond to any testimony presented?
No, but I will say that we have our building official here, and if you have questions for him, he's available.
Okay, all right.
Mayor, I think Seth, you had a comment on that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Make a quick comment.
Yeah, go ahead and come forward, Seth, yeah.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I just want to make a quick point. There's been a fair bit of commentary on why the Signers application was pulled from the CARE board meeting. It was initially announced that it would be considered, and then I chose to pull it. And I just wanted to clarify that it had little to do, if nothing, with criteria of the application, but rather I take my job very seriously in giving both an applicant and the CARE board a fair opportunity to discuss and the merits of a project as presented or maybe altered. And I didn't feel like I had done an adequate job of preparing the CARE board to have a fruitful discussion with the applicant and give them a fair shake, and so I chose to pull at that time. And as was noted, I did indicate that it could be revisited again should the Signers want to. So that's what I wanted to share.
Okay, all right. Questions? Thank you, Seth. Thank you. Okay, does anyone have any procedural questions they would like to raise at this time? Okay, and any other questions, Dick?
No, I would like to move.
Oh, just a sec, I got to close public
Close
hearing.
the hearing,
So
yeah.
anything else, questions of staff?
Okay.
Okay. With that, I'll declare the public hearing closed at 11:10 PM. All right, Dick?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we uphold the Landmarks Advisory Council's finding that there be a 365-day hold before there's any demolition of any of the properties, any of the houses.
Second.
All right, motion's been made in a second, and discussion.
I could go into a long litany of why I make this proposal. We haven't, and I don't know if we need to do that at this point, but we have a historic district, and if you allow the camel to get his nose under the tent and say, well, we'll let it go this time, well, it's going to be so nice to have a multifamily rental there rather than 3 historic houses. What do we say next time when another developer comes and says, well, I bought this property, and I've got this wonderful proposal. I'm going to tear down the historic house and I'm going to build Shangri-La. Do we say, oh, do it, or do we say, no, it's a historic district? So it sets a bad precedent to violate our historic districts. The house on the corner of 4th and Calapooia, it's a pre-statehood house. I was going to say it's probably a horse and carriage kind of house. I doubt if there were decent roads that you could have a carriage in Albany at the time that house was built. It's a house that it seems that 3 generations of Hills, they may not have owned it, they may not, but they were there, and I'll bet you that they had to do with it. I won't go into some words. The Old House Journal, I don't know if any of you, other than myself, are interested in historic preservation. And they talk about houses being remodeled. These houses have been somewhat remodeled, and it's the front porches on all 3 of them that really detract from their historic look. So those houses could easily be put back to their original shape. Are they contributing? Yes. If you look across the intersection of 4th and Calapooia, you see a house of the same period that's been restored. It's a beautiful house, and thanks for bringing that. If you look across the intersection the other way, across 4th and Washington, you see a cluster of houses that the Reeds own and have kept up over the years and kept pretty much the way they were to begin with. Those are attractive little houses to me. You look at Washington Street in the middle of the block, there's another small house there that adds to our historic district. Oh, yes. When I was on the council in the 70s, I heard exactly the same comments about the Monteith house. Oh, that old dump of a house, why don't they just tear it down? Let the Hobarts build their, whatever they wanted to build there. But fortunately, we had a mayor named Plant Davis, who, his father had been a doctor here, and he valued history, and he was very instrumental in the preservation of the Monteith house. And Chet, thank you for what you're doing. It's a big job to keep it going. And you too, Dale. Over the years, you've been a big help with the Monteith house. So I'd like to ask my friends here on the council to give the the Landmarks Advisory Council the respect that they're due and vote to uphold their finding that a 365-day hold on these demolitions should be be instigated, approved.
Right. And actually, the 365 days would be from the applicant, when they applied, so it was actually 3 months have already passed.
From the date the application was deemed complete.
Right. So it's actually, it would end up being 9 months from now, but yeah. Bill, did you have a question? Yeah.
I'm thinking back to what Mike was saying, that, nobody's made any attempt to save this place, or the one on 331, on the corner. And I think it was David Pinyard that explained why, that there wasn't any threat of demolition, so it wasn't on anybody's radar. But on the other hand, if you think about how passionate a lot of people are about the older homes and the historic homes and so forth, and then you hear how it's the second oldest house in the city, and there aren't even that many left in the state. I don't understand how it just sits there and just rots and falls apart and is blight, which is what Kara looks at. So, that's more of an observation. I think maybe that Mr. Pinyard's right. I mean, it wasn't on anybody's radar until somebody thought, gee, I'm going to tear it down, but it just seems strange that, it's the same thing with that church. I mean, it just sits and sits and sits and, until somebody says, hey, we ought to tear it down, and then there's the interest in it. So it's a strange process to observe. The estimates, that was a big issue. I questioned a couple people, and it's kind of gone back and forth. I don't have a problem with the estimates, and I'll tell you why. Every one of us has sat here during council meetings and seen bid results for projects the city put out for bid with, a book that thick of specifications and another one of, 30, 40, 50 drawings, depending on the project. And yet, on some projects, the numbers are pretty close, and on some projects, they're all over the place. Having, been a contractor before I retired, I would go to bid openings where I was the low number, and somebody in the back say, well, Bill's gonna lose his ass this time. And, they didn't know what I knew, that I found a way to do something, cheaper, better, quicker, faster, whatever, still comply with all the specifications and so forth. And I had seen the same thing, reversed. One of my competitors, you gotta remember, when you're a contractor, you always think your number's the right number and everybody else is an idiot. So, I'd look at these numbers and say, he's gonna lose money. There's no way he can do it. I can't do it, how could he? So I don't get hung up over the budget, because that's just part of contracting and so forth. I don't like the position council's put in, and this is the second time. The first time was the Chamberlain House over on 9th, and they wanted to replace some windows in the back of the building. And their comment was, you can't see them from the street, so we're struggling with why it, impacts the historical nature of the house. And they had a piece of the window, the sill or something they brought in. And contractor got up there and he said, this is what I got to work with. He said, I absolutely can't repair this. There's no way. I've been doing this all my life, done a lot of projects, can't do it. All right, is there any other testimony? The next guy comes up, this absolutely can be repaired. I've been doing this my whole life, done hundreds, and I made the comment, and we're not gonna go back and look through the records, but I said, you gotta be kidding me. You're sitting here giving conflicting testimony, and you're the so-called experts, and yet we're supposed to decide. And I'm seeing the same thing here. The applicant is saying, hey, 4 or 5 of the criteria we meet. And other people say, no, you don't meet them. And it's a frustrating process, because quite honestly, it comes down to who do you believe? There's people that have, in essence, called the applicant liars. And I don't like that. There's a lot of opinions floating around. But typical to other hearings like this, I tend to see more opinions than I do facts.
Okay. Yeah, Rich and then Ray.
A couple of things. Going back to the estimates. If you have 1,500 square feet or 1,400 square feet or whatever it is that you need to heat, a furnace for that costs X amount of dollars. You got 3 places to do it, they're more or less the same size. In an estimate, that's an estimate. If you have to put everything in, you need a sink and a toilet and in each place. And when you add all that stuff up, it comes up the same. Now, if one of them's 7 bedrooms and one of them's 2 bedrooms, well, yeah, it's going to be dramatically different. But if they're more or less the same size, it doesn't bother me that they're the same in an estimate, because you have to put the same things in, even though they look different when they're there. There's more pipe in this one and there's less wire in that one, but, on average. That's really, I don't have an issue with that kind of thing. To Bill's point, these things have been sitting here for a long time. And there is the perception that, well, gee, look, these people are not treating this the way it should be treated. Okay, that's an opinion. But they've been being treated far worse than that for 40 years. And no one walks up with a handful of money and says, I want to fix this. We have someone who says, I want to do something about this. And then we have a bunch of other people saying, well, no, but you got to do it our way. Well, sometimes that costs too much money. There's the story about buying a car versus buying all the parts to the car. You buy the car and it costs you $30,000. You buy the parts of the car and put them together, cost you $150,000. Because you have to deal with every piece, and every piece is, Well, that's essentially what you're doing when you're restoring something. You take it all apart and you put it all back together. Pretty soon, the amount of money that you have to spend is more than, well, hey, I'm not interested in doing that anymore. And as a guy who's been in business for almost 35 years, I look at customers that way. I have customers that are great customers, and they buy stuff and I sell it to them and they pay their bill, and that's wonderful. And I have other customers, well, I used to have other customers. I don't have them anymore. Because I said, no, I don't want to do business that way. Who order something and then you wait for forever to get paid, or there's always some problem. So business is about making choices. And this is worse than that, or better than this, or whatever it is. And each thing is a choice, and each time it's a judgment call. So I don't have a problem with the budget system. And I think Bill's right. It's a matter of, well, I think everybody is passionate about doing the same thing. I don't think anybody is trying to do something untoward in either direction. But to my way of thinking, you either have rights or you don't. If you have the right to tell me what I am supposed to do with my life, it's not as nice of a life as if I get to make most of the determination.
Okay, Ray?
I slightly disagree with Bill's comments on the city bidding process, and some bids come in low, some come in way, way high. We've had that discussion when I thought, pretty much agreed that some bidders, because they're already busy, they really don't have any intention of trying to make an accurate bid. They're going to just float something way out there, and, you know, son of a gun, if lightning strikes and they get the bid, whoa, did they hit the jackpot? Rare, but it does happen. So I think it's a little disingenuous to say that the bidding is not necessarily, you know, always spot on 100% of the time. I don't believe that the delay is going to materially impact the value of the property. And I think 9 more months is all that's left, basically, is going to give a better shot at trying to allow opportunity for more options. And I don't think it's going to hurt the process to allow that to go through. That's where I'm standing on that.
Okay. Yeah, Mike?
I got to go with Bill on this, Ray. A classic example of here in town, this town, project going on that didn't get done. The project was designed by architects and engineers, and the architects and engineers put a number to it of what that project was going to cost. That was the budget number. They had 3 general contractors in this area bid the project, and the project came in $3 million over the engineer's budget. And the lowest contractor that bid it, a reputable contractor, the lowest one was $3 million over their budget. So what happened there? And now they're going to go back and rebid the project 6 or 8 months later. So going to what Bill is saying in the estimates, hey.
Sometimes it's the timing of when the bids go out for the.
But what I'm saying is I believe he did his best estimate at the information that was provided to him. I've seen it more than once where the engineers and architects get together and they spend weeks going over a budget and putting together, there's books this thick on putting project numbers together from soup to nuts. And this project came in $3 million over their estimate. $3 million. Just saying.
Yeah, rare, but it happens, yeah.
No, it happens a lot. But
we agree to disagree.
Yeah, Bessie?
Yes. One or two of the people had said something that the Signers hadn't done looked anywhere else for financing or any alternatives. And right in our packet, there's a letter stating that the program loan structure, there isn't one that would allow these properties to be financeable. So it's not like they haven't done anything. And I agree with the bidding and stuff, because that's what it is. It's a bidding and it's an estimate, because you don't know what you're getting into. And another thing with the bidding, they're going to do more. If they decided they're going to rebuild them, they're going to do more. And so that probably is in the estimate. Like what they're going to do, adding a floor underneath or whatever. The one gentleman said something about the bare lot. I don't have any idea what that has anything to do with anything, but they have stated that they don't plan to build a high-rise, that they plan to build something that's going to fit into the neighborhood. And so, I think there's a reason that there's not a lot of 1858 homes anymore, or buildings, because they probably fell down. They're old. Oh, thank you. Some of them can be saved, great, but some of them can't be, so I just don't.
That's why we need to give them the opportunity to be saved.
Right, and I don't think it's so much of the bids or the costs. I think we need to still kind of focus on, these are 3 historic homes. We have a wonderful historic stock in our community that we have valued, and many people over the years have put in significant amount of investment and sweat equity into building the historic stock that we have today.
I guess my point is,
Yeah.
You didn't let me finish. My point is, we gotta build something that fits in anyway. And if we've got 800 already, and we have some that are gonna, have the appearance of it, that's gonna cost them less money to do it. I mean, it's kind of like with our tree permits. I mean, if we didn't have the tree permits, would we have a clear cut in Albany? I don't think so. So some of the rules and stuff, I think, go just overboard, where you have people who want to invest in it, and we put so many barriers up that they can't do. So maybe they're just gonna say, well, hey, that's fine, we'll just let them be. I mean, I don't see any buyers, I mean, all these people that are passionate about it, I don't see any buyers saying, hey, I wanna buy that. Let me have the chance.
Give them a chance.
Right, so let me kind of, figure my thoughts. It is getting late and I am getting tired, but Dick's the only one here that has really put in significant amount of time and money into a historic home. None of the rest of us have the historic home, but we all get to enjoy our community that has a beautiful historic stock. So it has to, and we wouldn't be able to enjoy it if it wasn't for everybody's time, their money and their sweat equity that they have put into build the historic stock that we have today. So it is a very wonderful value asset that we have for our community, and it's the character of our community. However the vote comes out, I do hope the Signers do consider, at least looking at trying to maybe do a lot line adjustment, carve off that hill house, and see if somebody would want to at least restore that home, where it is an 1858 home, and there's probably somebody that would come forward. Nobody's had the opportunity to buy these homes. The Matlins would not let go of it. I think Chris can probably say, or Marilyn, how many years this was on code enforcement, list that these properties were at. Nobody had the opportunity to buy them because it was too inflated of a cost. And then until it got foreclosed, and then the Matlins picked it up for $1, and then I sat with George several times. He called seeing if Kara would want to buy the homes, and it was $160,000 he wanted for them. So there hasn't been the opportunity for the community to come out and say, yes, they would love to restore that home. So I do hope our community has that option. So, and to do 90 days is not a lot of time to come up with trying to have somebody be able to put a package together and the funding together, and knowing, they've got to get some time together, or if it's several people, that takes more than 90 days on that.
Like I said, what if they don't want to sell?
Well, and that's true.
Excuse
They
me?
made a business decision, they don't have to sell, and they're going to have to, they're going to have to make that decision themselves in the community. If
So they could just let them be.
if it was more, if it's not at least a little bit of extra time to see if somebody would want to restore a historic building, but.
I call for a question, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
I'm saying, no matter what I say, it's.
Short comment.
So there's been a call for a question, a second. We're just going to we're going to do just the motion. You're going to make a decision vote on just the call for the question. All those in favor on the call for the question?
Aye.
Okay, opposed?
Well, I'm opposed.
Okay, so that's it. So from there, no more discussion, and so with that, the motion is for upholding landmarks stay, which would be 365 days, but it's 9 months left. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay, so could we get a roll
Yeah,
call,
roll
please?
call. Olson,
Yes.
Sykes,
No.
Johnson,
No.
Kellum,
No.
Kupczynski,
Yes.
Coburn,
No.
four
Okay.
noes.
All
Four
right.
noes.
Okay.
So I want to propose a different tact or a different motion. I'm not making a motion, I'm just discussing it. I see value in trying to save this house on the corner based on all the testimony that we heard tonight. I just don't think it takes 365 days. We've got heightened awareness and interest in this house now, based on the turnout from the community tonight. And if somebody is serious about this, and word of mouth and so forth throughout the community, I think something could happen, fairly quickly. Now, anything is negotiable. I understand it takes time to find a lot, it takes time to find somebody to move it, it takes time to actually move it, or a foundation, I get it. But my point is that, the staff had a recommendation in 90 days. I'm not sure it would take 90 days to sell this. And, maybe we need to have a discussion with the owner of the property of, what seems reasonable to you? Can you do it in 60 days? Go ahead.
To that point.
You got the holidays.
He may or may not want to sell.
January.
Rich has the floor.
Okay, Rich, go ahead.
He may or may not want to sell.
He probably won't.
Well, that's not the point. We don't know that. And until such time that we know that, and right now I'm looking at him and her, and I'm not seeing heads nod. It's like throwing a spear at somebody and telling them to catch it.
That's why I wear chain mail.
Well, bottom line, if people are interested, if they're interested in selling the one, are they or are they not? They're kind of being our whipping dog here.
Yeah.
And that's a little less than nice.
Well, I don't know if it's that so much as part of the criteria, if I read it and understood it correctly, is, make a concerted effort to try and save them. And one of the options is to sell it. Obviously, another option is, we'll build something new here, but we'll restore this one.
Yeah.
The point being is there's options. So, what we're left to decide with was Landmark said 365 days.
How about this?
You wait 365 days, like Dick's proposal, and then they can tear it down. I'm looking for a little better solution than that, in that, like I said, there's some interest right now, and let's move on it. And in 90 days, or maybe something can happen.
Give it 365 days so it can.
Or give them 60 days, or give them 30 days on the one house.
180 or 270,
Whatever it is.
Here's my point, Ray, I'm beating a dead horse here, in that.
Well, on the one house.
There's
Let them do what they want on the other two.
Heightened interest in the
Point of
community
order.
right now. You strike when the fire's hot, right?
Yeah, and there's interest.
You make it 365 and pretty soon, well, we got a year, let's not worry about it, and you fall right back into the situation you had before, where it's the second oldest house in town, but nobody really cares or they're following through or doing anything with it.
So you're kind of basically picking a number out of the hat,
No, I said staff's recommendation in 90.
It was 90 days, yeah.
which was still almost picking a number out of the hat.
Well,
So 365.
Well,
That's a
because we
number
do
all
have
over.
a process that we've had for years when it comes to, demolition for a house. So you're picking a number out of the hat. What are you going to do for the next person that is going to come around? What are you, what number are you going to stick?
It says up to. It doesn't say 365. It says up to 365, which that could be 12 and a half minutes.
So, council, what would you like to do with this item in front of you?
I make a motion, we accept staff's recommendation of 90 days stay.
I'll second that.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay.
During that time, question? During that time, that's 90-day stay on the whole thing, or 90-day stay on the one house?
Oh, on the whole thing.
It was the whole
It's
thing.
gotta be.
I would guess it would be the whole thing. I hadn't thought through that
90 days
level
from
of detail.
Is our,
What I'm hearing, there's people that like to save them all.
Yeah.
But I'm also hearing, at least save the one on the corner.
Yeah.
So I guess
to my way of
That's what I'm
thinking,
processing, is
90
that-
90 days on the one,
there ought to be an
and
effort on
and
it.
let them have their way on the other two immediately. They could then use the time to work on what they want if they're ready to do that.
You think
The
it's-
one house gets saved if there's interest, and that's what I heard numbers of people say, that there was interest in the one house. the one house gets interest, they get set free so they can start to do something to save their money.
I guess if I had to modify my motion to clarify that, I would say all three,
Yeah,
the whole property.
and the second's okay with that.
So the motion is to accept staff's recommendation for 90-day stay on all 3 houses.
90 days stay from today, not from the original application.
So is that
Mayor, if I
correct?
may, I just want to get clarification. So the condition of approval that's in the staff report says 90 days from the date the notice of decision is signed. That would probably be tomorrow. Have to prepare that. And then it also just has some direction about posting a sign on the property that would, you can look at it, but I don't know if that's part of the condition or not. That's why I just want to be clear if you were intending to reference the condition that's in the staff report, or if you're just wanting to say, something a little bit different. Either way, I just wanted to have that clear for the decision.
What page was that?
It's page 13 of your packet.
Oh, here you go. Yeah, I agree with the wording of this staff recommendation on page 13. And again, got to be a little bit careful, what's the intent? And if the intent is not verbalized in the language, but the intent is to see if that house on the corner can't be saved. Somebody said.
Who determines that?
Well, it's subjective, but, somebody said, gee, sell a house for $1 and move it. And the joke was, there's not much of a realtor's fee. So you're thinking outside the box and say, okay, I can negotiate with a realtor and say, I want you to market this thing, I'm willing to sell it for $1, and I want somebody to move it. I will agree to pay you,
$1,000 or something.
$1,000, $2,000, $3,000, whatever, is a fair amount for doing that work. That's certainly good faith effort in my opinion.
So, Bill, you're changing your motion to recommend option number 2 that we see on page 13 with the recommended conditions of approval, condition 1.
No, I'm looking at staff recommendation that's below option 3.
Can I read the motion?
Which is option 2.
The motion is to accept staff's recommendation for 90-day stay from the day the notice of decision is signed for all 3 houses.
Well, then I have no problem including the language that's under the staff recommendation, which goes on to say, signs of a notice of decision to exhaust all possible options for preservation.
What about the condition, which is what Bob's talking about?
I'm referring to page 13, condition number 1. I just wanted to.
Yeah, right, that's what I'm saying. It's your recommendation plus condition 1.
So is everybody clear on the
That
motion?
doesn't need to be, no, I misread that.
Is everyone clear on the motion? Is there any more discussion?
So is it staff recommendation plus condition 1?
No.
Well, I guess my concern is I wouldn't want the owners to just sit for 90 days and then tear it down. The intent is to try and make an effort to save that house. So how do we put that into a motion? And is that something that we can legally even do?
There you go.
Well, the condition is for them during that 90-day period to market the house by at least putting a sign up on each of the properties so that they could potentially sell the houses and have them relocated to another place. They can do more than that, but that's one of the things they could do.
Right.
So, yeah.
What right do we have to do that?
To have them market,
Yeah, they're sitting right here.
Right.
I feel it's self-conscious.
we don't want to open the hearing
again.
again, so I'm making assumptions, but I would think if you vote on a 90-day stay, if someone wants to take those houses off their hands and relocate them at their own expense, they would probably be happy with that because it'd save them a lot of money in demolition costs and hauling away stuff,
do they have anything to say about it?
It would be challenging for
We don't
somebody
open
to
the hearing
find a
again.
lot
Yeah.
and be able to get something to be moved within 90 days. There's not too many bare
It could
lots
be
in
a
Well,
that
it
idea.
area.
yeah, it could be, but.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a The motion indicates it has to be moved at 90.
Yeah, they could rehab it right in place if they
You know,
bought the
I made
house.
that point very clear, that anything is negotiable. Sell it, get a commitment, start the process, and I'm sure they'd like to, you know, have no delay, and they could tear them down tomorrow. But, you know, I'm looking for a happy medium here. At least it's not 365 days.
Yeah.
Or 270.
Well, it was 9 months. So there is a motion. Everybody clear on the motion? Any more discussion?
I'm not clear on what the motion is.
Okay. Mary?
The motion is to accept staff's recommendation for 90 days stay from the day the notice of decision is signed on all 3 houses.
Just nice and neat.
I think what you're struggling with, Ray, is that it's not one of the 3 decision options.
No, it's,
It's a separate paragraph after option 3.
Well, and I would want to make sure that we understood that whether or not they accept somebody's offer is up to them. So if it's day 89, and I walk up and say, okay, I'll take the 3 houses, and I'll pay you $10 a piece for them, it's them that says, who the heck are you?
Oh, no, I agree.
Okay. Okay, well, then,
So Sean, can the council do a condition that maybe it's the 90 days for the 2 houses and it's the 365 for the corner house?
No.
Or not?
No, that's not the
Can they do them
No.
separate?
they can if that's what they choose to do. But I don't
But
know
that's-
if that's what they're.
That's not.
not what's on the table.
Right, no. It's just an option where Bill is trying to say, how can you kind of carve out that corner house?
I think it's very
It would-
clear with the audience
Okay.
what the interest level is and what the intent.
I agree.
Okay,
I think we're
all
ready.
right,
I think so.
all right. Okay, and everyone's clear on the motion?
Yep.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Can I do a roll call
Okay,
vote,
could we get
please?
motion carried? Roll call, please.
Olson,
No.
Sykes,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kellum,
Yes.
Kupczynski,
No.
Coburn,
Yes.
4 yes, 2 no.
All right. So the motion's carried, and that would be for the 90 days for demolition. So with that, a quasi-judicial decision of the city council may be appealed to the Land Use Board of Appeals by filing a notice of intent to appeal not later than 21 days after the decision becomes final. Okay, all right, folks, well, thank you for sticking it out. This is a long council meeting we had this evening, so really appreciate everyone staying. Yeah, we still got more business to take care of, so.
Oh, I know. I want to try and find some middle
I think
ground.
it's a good way. I think it's a good way.
I don't know, Dick.
Been through the rest. Might as well, so the room can.
Yeah, the marijuana was.
You mentioned the Hill House 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Same thing. Just kind of.
No, I called him the other day and said, hey, it's leaking, you need to fix it. So I don't know, Jocelyn hasn't.
All right, folks, let's get started.
Today.
We've got some staff that wants to get out of here.
No, we're supposed to be in the we're going to be in the 75 to 76 degree range next week.
Council, you have on page 169 an ordinance, and we probably have Chris that wants to talk about the ordinance?
Two of you.
Yeah, just two, it's our wards. Okay. Do you have any questions over the private property impounds?
Oh, God, let me get to the right place here. Shoot.
Yeah, they're coming up.
All right.
Here comes Bill.
I don't think there's anyone left.
So the proposed change is pretty much just a sentence. It's really to address some confusion by some tow companies. The code was never meant to restrict abandoned vehicle tows, which is, the state requires you to post it for 72 hours before you tow it, which we could say is notified. You have 3 days notification, whereas if you park in a private parking lot that's already posted, you can tow immediately. And some companies are confused about that. So in order to make it a little clear to people and still really not change anything within code, I added a sentence to kind of bring that to the forefront.
So it's the item in bold, item E is the
Yes,
change, yeah.
that's it.
Okay, so Sean, do you want to read the first reading?
Will. An ordinance amending the Albany Municipal Code, AMC, Chapter 13.90, private property impounds.
Move that the ordinance be read a second time in title only.
Second.
Third.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, second reading.
An ordinance amending the Albany Municipal Code, AMC, Chapter 13.90, private property impounds.
Move for the adoption of the ordinance.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Sorry you wait around till midnight for that.
We didn't have business from the public.
I know we missed it. Mary reminded me, so, and I don't see anyone here from business from the public, but is there any business from the public? Just so it can be written down on the record. Don't see anyone. All right.
Mayor, can I have a second of your time? I stopped Bob from going home, just to ask him to come back in so we could recognize him on this, his last council meeting. So
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bob.
So did we kind of torture you tonight?
Give every dollar's worth we can.
It was a
Go home now.
4-hour, 20-minute hearing is what it lasted.
What a way to go out.
If you want to torture him, he will be at the planning commission meeting Monday night. So if you want to, wish one more time, so.
One more time.
Yeah.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, Bob. Thanks. Drive
I will
safe.
say I've learned more about planning under your watch than
Yeah.
others.
Than you ever wanted to know.
I appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation.
Yeah.
Working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
All right.
Okay, next is approval of agreements, and this is with the rain. So Seth, you and Sophie been waiting around all night, too.
Putting this together here.
Yeah.
I provided a memo for you that summarized some of our discussion we had a few weeks ago with Caroline Cummings from the Executive Director of the Regional Accelerators Innovation Network, RAIN. And if it wasn't clear at that point, I just would like to emphasize a couple of things for you. Economic development, as you know, is a complicated, sometimes nebulous endeavor, and it takes a lot of people working very hard in concert with one another to have a successful economic development strategy and provide the kind of benefits that are described in the strategic plan of the city, a healthy economy. We partner with many people. You're well familiar with AMADEC. We work closely with John on recruitment and some retention work with existing businesses. But we work with several other organizations as well. I highlighted a few of those in the memo. First of all, there's all the great staff here at the city and many departments, planning, public works, city manager's office. We work closely with the Small Business Development Center as well, the Chamber of Commerce, the Downtown Association, the AVA, Business Oregon, many of the local financing institutions or financial institutions, banks and credit unions, and other alternative financiers. Utility companies and other regional development partners. It really is a big team sport. One element, in my opinion, of local business support that we can improve our support for is focusing on entrepreneurs. And I know that throughout the last several years, there's been various levels of effort to do that. Entrepreneurs, especially those with high growth capacity, are a key resource to help create new jobs, diversify and build our local economy. Regionally, many of our neighboring communities have benefited from and supported entrepreneurship through a partnership with RAIN. And again, I think Caroline did a very eloquent job of describing where RAIN excels and where I think many of us share the opinion, I certainly do as staff, that she can, and her organization can complement our existing and ongoing economic development efforts. Those are outlined in three primary points that you can see in the memo. And just quickly, they have a proven success or a proven history of bringing entrepreneurs out of their garages, their homes, their home offices, or wherever they may be, and letting them know that a number of resources exist to help support their growth. On point number 2, I do identify their priority is to find traded sector, high growth potential entrepreneurs and give them specific attention. And Councilor Sykes, I just wanted to be sensitive. You raised a point when we were chatting with Caroline, and I think others agreed that it seemed like by focusing on these traded sector, high growth potential entrepreneurs that there may be, by default, neglecting other sorts of entrepreneurs in other trades or sectors. And my experience, as I noted that evening, has been that RAIN can help bring entrepreneurs of all sorts to the surface. What happens with them is in part a team effort, and if the opportunity to work with RAIN further exists, then they'll take them that way. If there needs to be another avenue of support because the business is maybe a local business that's not traded sector, those avenues for support exist as well, and I take that very seriously. And so in no means is this an effort to neglect any one sector. I did make a small note on traded sector, why that's important. Just a quick note on that. Trade sector is by definition where you sell your goods or services outside of your region. We could say the state or country, and by doing that, you bring in new dollars to your community. There is value for local businesses who circulate money throughout the community, but there's always some level of leakage where dollars are going out of the community, which are being circulated through insurance or other goods and services that those businesses may need to purchase for their own support. So there's value in thinking about traded sector because it's bringing in new dollars to the community, and that's traditionally been a landmark of most economic development efforts, especially when there's limited capacity to support all business the same. And then lastly, I just point out that RAIN has also been effective in highlighting and finding high net worth individuals in communities and encouraging them to invest in entrepreneurs who have high growth capacity from the community. Attached in with my staff report is the memorandum of understanding that I worked on with Caroline Cummings. I'm happy to entertain any questions about the overall effort or questions specific to the MOU that you have, if you do have those questions.
Just a quick question. You know, I think she did a great job. I think this is a great program, but I've never seen any names, any businesses, I mean, you know, any specific. And I'm thinking, okay, this is all great. You can talk a lot and maybe do a lot, but where are the, I mean, is there a way to find out, like say in Albany, what, or maybe, because we're just, well, we've worked with them for a while, haven't we?
I think about 2 or 3 years ago, there was a relationship that was building at the time.
Yeah, and so I
that's
just
right.
wondered, you know, what are the businesses or people that benefited from it?
Sure. I think that's a great question. I can follow up with her specifically on some of the metrics she had around Albany. When I've been at RAIN presentations around the region, having worked with them for about 3 or 4 years now, they often highlight the success, you know, the big success stories. And I've seen those by name and by the entrepreneurs themselves presenting and talking about their experience with RAIN a number of times throughout the region. So I'd be happy to follow up on some of the previous work here in Albany by name if possible.
Just curious.
Was Agility Robotics, were they one?
No, I don't believe so. Agility did work with well, yes and no. RAIN has come on after some of the accelerators were in existence, and one of their purposes was to help coordinate and accelerate the accelerators' work, if I could use that, that term. So I don't recall the timeline exactly of when Agility was working with the accelerator at Oregon State University, but I think there was some crossover there. And Councilor Johnson, just one more point on your question. I really think it's important to share not only the data, but these, you know, the names and the anecdotal stories to celebrate successes and really put a focus on where the funding and effort is really going to. So thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, Ray?
You know, I know we're going to be getting a report shortly, our first report from the Buxton Group, that we took a flyer on for up to $100,000 over a 2-year period. So I think $10,000 a year for something that's going to be very, very local as opposed to way outside trying to bring businesses in. I think we're being pikers on this MOU, and I think that it's well worth the effort to try.
Oh, I do too.
That number was generated with a little bit of a formula for population, what other communities have contributed for the effort. And I'd just point out, if it's of interest to you, in the MOU, there is a clause there, it's 5.3, that although this is a 2-year commitment, it's really in year by year. And payment for the second year would not come if the metrics had not been met to your satisfaction from RAIN for the first year.
Okay, so
Well,
Council.
we said the same thing for Buxton too. They've got to meet some metrics before we
That's right.
grant the second one.
And they'll give us successes and failures both.
RAIN?
Yeah.
Sure.
So there's a resolution on page 173.
Move for the adoption of the resolution.
Second.
Okay, any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. Thank you, Seth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Boy, you guys stuck it out tonight, sorry. Okay, so next, Council, you have an intergovernmental agreement with Lynn County for collection of transit lodging tax. We've discussed this earlier, and there is a let's see, the agreement is on page 181.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
I think the revenues are low.
It's just an estimation, because the hotels get to keep 5% of the 3% that Lynn County is assessing them. So we did a very conservative estimate based on our numbers, so it could be more than that.
Because, well, we're talking a little over $1 million, and that's 300,000, that's 3%.
I'm sorry.
That they're getting, and we get 5% of the 3%, so, you know, that'd
We
be
get
15,000.
5% of the,
3%.
so the hotels get to take 5% of the original 3%. So we get 5% of the remaining amount.
Okay?
Okay, well.
All right, next
Onward
item.
and upward.
Next item is appointing Lori Pluge-Bronker to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. This is on page 187.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Which one?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And then next, on page 189, is Stacy Bartholomew for the Library Board.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Question?
Opposed, just say opposed, same sign? Or did you have a question?
Well, I do, except let's finish the vote.
Okay, opposed, same sign? Okay, motion carried.
The blacked out, I understand that they're blacked out, so they're not public record, but we always used to get them, and it was just said, this is supposed to be for public, not for dissemination to the public. Because how are we supposed, you know, in some cases, there's no telephone, and if we wanted to call them to say, hey, you know, what do you think about ABC 123? We wouldn't necessarily have
Well, I
that
think we've
information.
always had
I
it
think
blocked
one of the
out.
reasons is because we post these on the web, so
Yeah.
they're accessible to the public, so we have to redact them like that. But if you need the information, we can certainly provide it.
Well, when we get the CARA, the printout for the new CARA members, it would, the
Looks like one of
things
these
highlighted in
FBI
yellow
everything's redacted.
for our hard copy. This is private information, you don't share.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Next is business from the council. Bessie, anything?
I'm too tired, I can't remember.
Me too. Okay, Bill, Dick?
Oh, yeah. Bought an old, crummy old house down here. And at one point, my mother-in-law told my wife, and my wife didn't tell me for quite a while. Well, my mother-in-law said, if you will move out of that crappy house in that terrible neighborhood, I'll give you the down payment on a decent house. And at that time, it was zoned for apartments, and it was about 75% rent property. And some of us got together, we got it rezoned to single family, and it's been gradually improving ever since. Now, my neighbors say, what a great place to live. And I see this council pushing it back the other way, getting rid of the single family houses, and encouraging them to move into rental stuff. And I am just disgusted. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Rich, anything?
No.
Okay, Ray? Okay, Mike?
No.
I didn't have anything, but I do believe, who's bringing that?
I will.
Okay.
Well,
For Peter?
I'm bringing
Okay.
one.
Bring it forward.
You can bring that forward, but can I do something real
Yeah,
quick?
absolutely, go ahead.
You have asked to be able to review Republic's franchise agreement on an annual basis, so the next time it comes around, Julie Jackson will be presenting on December 3rd. So the only, pardon?
December 5.
December 5th, okay. And I will forward you a link to the franchise, but this is just my plea to ask you to, when you get a chance, to review it and have that in mind when you think about what it is that you want us, what questions you want us to answer about that, okay?
And lastly, I've got, I told Chris Bailey I'd do this tonight. We made an offer and then a counter offer on the piece of property for the bus barn, and it's been accepted by the seller, and so I just want to have the council authorize Peter to be able to sign any necessary paperwork for the closing on that piece of property. And if you wanted to know what it would cost, we ended up paying $285,000 for it, so.
Which property?
Yeah, which property?
The bus, for the bus barn.
The one on
Yeah,
34?
yeah, well, the one we gave, our council gave Chris the ability to negotiate for it last meeting, I believe, and so we've got an accepted offer now, so.
Good deal.
Yeah.
So what do you need from
We'll just if everybody shake their head, if it's okay for Peter to sign the documents, we're good, Peter? We can do a motion if we want.
Do you want to do
Okay.
motion? Do motion, somebody?
Move to approve to authorize city manager to sign agreement to purchase the bus barn.
Second.
Property, yeah.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carried. Okay, anything else, Peter? Did you have anything else? Jorge, have anything? Okay, with that, our next meeting, well, we got Kara next week, but October 22nd, October 24th, and we adjourn.
Hey, we marijuana meeting now.